All right. Let's do this thing. Here we go. Making a tree about cutting, making a game about cutting a tree. Yeah, you too. Dude, I just thought of something for the tree stuff, and I'm so mad at myself for not thinking of it sooner. Which is I only need to have the refresh run if another one isn't running. And then suddenly this whole thing gets like way easier to manage. Maybe, although I just did a rotation here and everything's taking forever. There we go. So I'm frustrated that it took me that long to even think of that. I'd like to be able to delete these branches out of here. I'd like to be able to delete these branches out of here. I think this tree will become the game's stress test. This is like the monolithic mega tree, and the elements of it will become our test for how like what can this quote unquote engine handle. All right, I'm going to call this, that's tree 7. And now we're making tree 8. Maybe we'll make tree 50. I don't know. You guys see what I did there? Tree 50. That'll be not about tree 50. It's about $3.50. Tree 50. Man, it's not even a joke, dude. It's not even a joke. So if I delete these 2 branches, even though they won't go away, and I save the tree, save the tree leader, save the world. Let's go ahead and close the tree editor and reopen the tree editor. And then I open the tree. Those branches should be gone, even though I don't have an update for them. What is it, boy? Timmy's caught in the well? Little Timmy's stuck in the well? What is it, boy? Well, you can come in here. Just, hey, hang on, wait. You big dork. I have the Dorcas here with me. Dorximus Maximus. Puppy to a slain mom. And I will have my revenge. Okay, so those branches are gone. So that's looking okay. So I figure I do those and I can do 3 of these maybe. So let's save this as Calvinicus. Calvinicus. Get out. No. Out. Stop going underneath me. Stop going underneath. Calvinicus. Calvinicus. Branch. Do you want to go out? Are you guys going to go out? Okay. Branch with no insides. Growling. 7 consecutive. That's like a week ban. It is like a week, brah. Man, dude. All right, so we're 26 tall. Galvinicus. It is I, your brothercus. Tom Millman, wishing me some ass busting. Thank you, Tom. I'm gonna lick that comment. That's I may have gone too far in some places. Oh no. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's taking too far. Oh, Jacob, I was going to talk to you about your game, the jam game that you made. And I was thinking about it. And I think one of the things that would be interesting to do with it is because your instinct was to go left to right. And I think if it kind of zigzagged, if you were kind of going on like the critical path was more like kind of non-linear, that would be interesting. Getting the storm to follow would be trickier, but yeah, I could see that. Unrailed. Have you seen that game? I have not seen that game. Sounds like it could be unwieldy. Unwieldy. Unrailed, you see. It's a really fun coop game. A coop. Speaking of coop, someone gifted me Valheim. I have Valheim on Steam now. Brothers, we can play Valheim soon. Night times are for the Valheim. On weekends we Valheim. Oh yes, it's a Valheim. Uh-oh, I gotta close that. That's a personal chats with friends. Woo! Cricket's about to get canceled. It's actually not that bad. Two Bob, how's it going? Took the wife out for Mother's Day. Just got back. We have a different date for Mother's Day here in the States. I know Jacob's like pissing his pants right now. He's like, wait, what? Dude, I totally pooped my pants. You know what we all need, Jacob, for our SOs, like our moms and whatever, is just emergency gifts ready to go. Diapers? Well, besides that, I mean, we're all going to need to. I mean, right now with inflation and now the fossil fuels going to be exploding and everything's going to get more expensive because everything's wrapped in plastic. Everything's going to get so fucking expensive. You know, I was thinking about this. How destabilizing what this dumbass did is, because we already. Here's the problem with this whole thing, and the Strait in particular, is it is going to force the bombardment of ship vessels along that area from Iran is going to create naval, many different countries' navies to coalesce in a single spot. Always a good idea. Always a good idea. And on top of that, we have you know, what's going on in Ukraine and now this, right? And it's like, we're getting some ingredients ready here, guys. We're making a stew, and I don't think we're going to like what the stew's going to cook. Ain't nobody want the British Navy near them. Are they just bad drivers? my naval ship straightener. They're super keen to F stuff up when they're nearby. Oh, they're real trigger, hair trigger kind of. But yeah, I mean, you're creating the potential for flashpoints, miscommunication, misunderstandings. Suddenly, and we just stupidly just sunk a ship, basically for no reason, just because we could. This whole thing is a fucking cluster. Don't sing. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, this is exactly. We are creating a powder keg. We didn't need to do this at all. This didn't need to happen. That's the wild thing. And just like after 9/11, this was always controversial to say when I would say it even back then. But unfortunately, what happened in 9/11 is the cost of freedom. And if we take those freedoms away to sacrifice what we get from them, we won't like the outcome of it. And the argument about I shouldn't get into it, but the argument about the funded elements of Iran and terrorism is true, but at the same time, what is the net benefit of what we're doing here? Like, to save a couple thousand lives, we are now going to create global instability. We're going to spend way more money in a war than we spend on our own to save lives here. Like, it's just fucking stupid. Anyways. But yeah, the potential for Flashpoint now is real. Yeah, my buddy's birthday is Hitler's. So but that's the thing about there only being 365 days in a year, right? If we were on a planet with a much longer rotation around the sun, the chance of sharing birthdays would deplete. But it's just it's a fact of a fact of life. You take the good, you take the bad. A Scooby Dooby Dooby Doo, it's the facts of life. I believe if you get more than 30 people in a room, 2 will share a birthday, which is just weird. I saw probabilities. Probabilities is weird. Probabilities is weird. So, I'm thinking about our branch situation. We're so close to building a full-on tree here. I was saying earlier too, Bob, this is going to be this tree will be the perf tree. This is like going to have the most extensions and branches and all kinds of stuff. And so getting this running good means that any tree we create will run fine. The all tree, yeah. I remember that was a hard concept for me to grep. And I'm like, why would anyone believe that? It doesn't make any sense, like, because we're on Earth and blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, oh, but people believe in heaven and hell. And I was like, oh, okay. So I could buy it. I actually have far more respect for, in terms of like blind faith for religions that are like, you know, that's the sun god. And it's like, what, you believe in the, you know, the sun is a god of yours? And it's like, well, yeah, I can see it's right there. And like, for me, I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of respect that. It's like a little more logical in a way than just like, well, we kind of just said this stuff and now we believe it. And it's like, I don't know. Your God is orange. Ain't my God. He's our Pope. He's our first. What are they going to call him when we don't have elections? I wonder. M, how's it going? It's the facts of life. You take the good, you take the bad, you eat some burritos. Tree editor scenes TSN is likely it has embedded binary your mom's. Load file tree 8. Always comes back to the burritos. Poop orange the first. Slater, what's up? How's it going? I would like a burrito. $270. That's the latest one. Damn. Is that gross or net? Do we know? Congrats to Cakes. That son of a bitch. I'll let that load. It's going to take a second. My DNS don't want none unless you got buns, hun. It's good, Em. Just trying to kind of polish it up, you know. So today we're polishing my wood on the stream. This is a man who works hard for something and made it happen. This is great.
Okay, I'm looking.
Oh my god. So net is 197.
Oh my god.
God, it's too bad Germany's gonna get like half of that. That fucking sucks. Oh man. That's still amazing.
geschafft. Du hast es geschafft.
Oh, I'm in the way. Hang on, I need to hug. Hang on, I gotta hug him too. It's like, it's okay, dude. Should we clip? Should I make it look like I was in there with him? Or put myself in the background and be like, oh, Cakes, like, I'm so proud of you, man. Hold on, one more time.
Okay, I'm looking.
Hang on, let me get out of the way. I feel like I should. God bless it. Such a.
Oh my god.
I'll look at that and be like, ah, whatever.
Stop.
Yeah, that was 24 hours. It's the first time I've actually seen his wife. The return window. Well, you can see the returns. I don't know if he's showing it on the screen. Let me go back. So, units returned, 10%. That's normal. So there's a 2 week, period where the returns can happen after purchase. So, he's gonna know more real numbers in about 2 weeks' time. Probably more like 4 weeks, given that the sales are so big to start with. And so, but here's the thing I will say, yeah, for the European aspect of this, the fact that he was sort of like German and all this, and he's making the kind of Euro game that is sort of like a thing there. I think there was a lot of really smart moves that he made with this. And he really did research about how to market and all that kind of stuff, and it really shows that it worked and paid off. And I think that I think that's all just part of the game in terms of like getting sales and stuff like that. There's a running theory that only good games bubble up, and maybe that's true. Maybe this Steam algorithm is smart enough to figure that out. I don't know. I haven't played the game though, so I can't say. But do you know how many languages? Yeah, if you want to look it up, I'd be curious as well. Hey Trish. Where's my wife? She's wife? Wife? My love? He's got a wife that's happy for him, and I'm just here calling for her, and she just ignores me. Oh, there's my daughter. How are you doing?
Good.
Oh, you're partially invisible.
How? Oh yeah, my shirt.
Your shirt. Come over here. Ah!
Wait, how am I invisible? I'm not.
Well, it's because this is green. There you go. Ah, you got a big hole in you. Ah! All right.
It's the invisible creeper.
Mm-hmm. Hey, go get Mama.
Okay.
So how long is this when he was testing? Wait, this was clipped when? 3 hours ago. Yeah, I wanted you to show him. This is the Cakes guy I was talking about. So he's checking the game now. This is like 3 hours ago.
The what?
The Cakes guy. When I was showing you.
Okay, I'm looking.
When he made was it like 30 on the first 24 hours? So that's net right there. So then after taxes and everything else. No publisher, no engine to divvy up any of this too, so he's not going to owe anybody anything.
Stop.
Anyways, isn't that cool?
yourself?
Yeah, the joining contacts. I can imagine that's pretty bad. And then, you know, currency conversion and a bunch of other things probably don't help either.
Hey.
Aw. That's great. Emma's saying hi. Miss Cricket, don't leave, she says. Poor Em. A female! F, a friend, a female friend. Don't leave! Well, this is why we do what we do. You'd be a fool to try and claim, well, I'm sure there's some people who really believe they don't care about like making money or whatever doing this. But it's validation. It's validation that the game is popular. Now you could be the cool band that never sells any records. But I think it's a lot cooler to be able to like pay for some things with your talents. And so yeah. I think I'm surrounded by a lot of really talented people that are going to be making a lot of money on Steam. And I'm just here to say congratulations to all those people. Been that cool band several times. Yeah. It's pretty okay sausage party. Yeah, I mean, we're mostly just playing with our wood together. So, who's got the biggest piece of wood? Let's all stand together and find out. So here we go. We got our stump. It stands alone. It's stump. It's stump. It's stump. Now we're going to load our branch. We have a bunch of branches here. Branch with no inside. This is the new one. Hello, wife.
It's really awesome.
Yeah, it's cool. I know.
Alvin has to go outside.
He has to go outside. He probably has to go potty. He wants to stretch his legsies. Okay. So the main thing I'm going to do today is we're going to get it so we can adjust the height of our branch. And then we'll do the rest of this, which is we will add just a bunch of branches. And this is what our branch is going to look like here. It's going to scale down automatically. The scaling, the dynamic scaling and everything is really what's slowing everything down. On loads and all that stuff. So maybe what I could do, because I'm still worried about performance with this whole thing, and the performance is atrocious. It's bad on this machine, which is like not. This is a pretty beefy piece of hardware here. It's not like super fast, but it shouldn't be running this trash. So we've got to do some adjustments to that, and I think tracking how often we're recursing into ourselves is important. So we'll look at that here in a second. But for now, let's focus on getting the height stuff going. So what we're going to do is we're going to load up Resource Lumber. Nathir, how's it going? How is Tina? Is it Tina Fey? Is that her name? Is Tina named after Bob's Burgers character? So we have width, length, and this height would only be on branch. Oh, you know what we need to do too before we get too far into this? Ah, I forgot to do a fork. Is there a way I can branch when I've already been making changes? Tina Belcher's because she liked boys, butts, and burgers. That makes sense. You can. What do I do? What do I do if I want to do that? You can just do get stash if you want. Okay. And then what do I do after that? Or just get checkout B, then stash pop. So the stash is irrelevant to the branch. So now if I go back to we went back to main on this. Okay. So now space is checkout. I've already checked out this branch. Does that mean I'm on this branch right now? Oh. I guess I'm already on the branch. Never mind, we're fine. Okay. I stash often. Stash early and often. I just don't branch, guys. Problem solved. Just work alone forever, guys. Height, default height is going to be 0.5. And we're going to be between 0 and 1. Float value. Let me go to GitHub really quick and just see what main looks like right now. I just want to make sure that I have main up to date because I could have sworn I did. I could have sworn. Is Git gonna require me to? Yeah, I do believe in that. Commit early and often. Id was just like, here's the new floppy. Here's a floppy of the new files for this thing. Copy them over. I want your cupcakes.
Whichever one I do have, this one that has 3D glasses on.
3D glasses?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Sign in. Hey, we're in. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get this all figured out. I'll grab it here.
So yeah, it has 3D glasses.
Oh, it does have 3D glasses. That's cool. My daughter made amazing cupcakes for her birthday party. We went roller skating yesterday. I was out there finally getting my roller legs back. It's been 2 decades. And I'm all fat now and everything, but I actually did pretty good. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some diet soda. Do you guys want to watch some cats really quick? I don't think we've seen this one. There's a lot of episodes of this. Where's the one with the cat that... There's another show they have with a cat. And it's one specific cat. I don't know. Be right back. Tap here.
以前来た時はこの苔の上にもみじが真っ赤に積もっていました。その時僕は
CS, how's it going?
日本に生まれてよかった。黒部に気づかされた京都の美しさです。
Tapier, how's it going? Medusa.
あ、門が開いた。
They said it would take weeks. Okay.
情弱工事の受付が開きました。
Hunaya? Iwago? Panzo. Or Panzu? Panzu?
実は12年前のポンズにも出会っています。猫はいないかと思って何回往復したかな。ポンズが
Someone just gifted Cakes 100 subs? Damn!
見つけて飛び上がるように喜んだのを覚えています。
9 languages? Were they mostly European?
12年経ってる。その時を忘れさせてくれるポン酢です。若い。
All right, the cupcake has been consumed. Back to work. German, Spanish, Spain, Italian, Polish, Portuguese, Turkish, Russian, Ukrainian. Portuguese, that's interesting. I wonder if those are volunteered subs or translations. Portuguese. Portuguese. Yeah, I shouldn't need too much translation. There's a little bit of like mechanic stuff that he's got going on that you have to explain. Some of it you can just discover. Portuguese. So somewhere we're setting our height. Now this is going to be forward translation. It's our translation. This is where we're going to apply our height value. So untapped markets. Language and translations is a bit like SEO. It's hard to know what ones you should need if you don't have the keywords for people to find it in the first place. So like I found for websites when I used to do them that you would see the traffic that you're getting based on the searches people were making, but absent that, you wouldn't know what phrases they could be searching that should bring them to you. And that was always the trick. I feel like SEO is a scam. More and more, it sounds like the play is to just use AI to do your web stuff, and that helps your SEO, apparently. Like having SEO managers. Yeah, I mean, I was responsible for the website, so it was just sort of my thing that I had to do when I was doing that stuff. So, like, I think you can, the danger of, I think it's like somebody, you know, people will slide into our DMs as streamers and be like, hey, I want to help your stream out. And it's like, then they'll view bot you and shit, and they'll actually fuck up your numbers and stuff. If you try somebody, let me get your view numbers up, and all they do is just pay a view bot, and then they're like, pay me money. And that's like outright 100% a scam. First International Webmasters Association. Damn. I set a website up for my sister-in-law and had fun doing the Google tracking and SEO within the website. So this is the half. Divided by 2 cuts this number in half. So if we multiply by height, this is what we want right here. And this is going to be what's resource lumber height. Now, that has to be translation if it's a branch, yes. Okay, that should do it. Now we have heights. Let's go ahead and save our tree, reload it, and see if we have we can adjust heights now. Divide by 0. That's why we're multiplying. We'll be okay. I guess it feels like you only have so much control. I don't think even having a website is worth it anymore for practically anything. I think trying to get people to come to your website is a complete waste of time and effort. And unfortunately, it's social media presence that's really the deciding sort of... What the fuck happened here? Okay, so obviously our translation is busted. Now, I wonder if this has to do with... Let's go back to 2. Let's see what number we get here. Oh, you know what? Probably, I bet I know what it is. There's our initial branch. And we are 0. Oh, look at that. Can we not be 0? Is 0 a bad number? Suddenly everything's fine. We're adjusting height. Nothing is happening to height. Did I save that? I did save that. Divided by dose. Divided by 2. Why 2? We're cutting the number in half. So if we have, let's just make sure I'm not crazy. If we have 100 and I multiply it by 0.5, we get, if we have 100 and I multiply by 0.5, we get 50, right? Yeah, so that's half. That would be the same as saying 100 divided by 2. So I'm not crazy there, but we must be pulling the wrong value somehow. Now we're using from resource lumber width and length. Translated on Y. Resource lumber, let's try this, times resource lumber. Hey. Let's change it to 2.5. Everything's froze. Am once again constantly confirming every guy's deepest fear. Length is important. Oh, that was my daughter. She did the redeem. Now we're floating out into space. Okay. I see the problem. I can see clearly now. The butt is gone. Lumber transform basis Y. I see the issue. I see the issue. Now it feels like Y should be, but it's this. So what we actually want to do, is everything's going to adjust like that. We're getting there. And is it always... It's always going to be X. So we want to push the basis X. So we do transform basis X And then we need to get the resource lumber, our from resource height. If we have a height, which we might not have a height. And actually, it would be, in this case, it would be length, as we call it. And then we multiply by resource lumber height. Okay. I think that's more like what we want. So we'll go back here and we'll place it to 1, and we should just appear up here. And we didn't. Because life is unfair. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and close the re-open the tree editor. A year after release. I thought it had an explosive launch. Was I wrong about that? It launched 2024 February. Mac OS. Worldwide. Looks like he quit for a year. He was working on it before release. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so now our little stump. Stump sad alone. Length. Why are we going up? That gets us to 0. Basis X. So we need a starting point. That seems to put us at so it's length. Here's what it is. Now, PIMDAS says, and the commutative property of multiplication says that it shouldn't matter. Now we're super low. The polished ones really stand out. You know, your mom really stands out. No, he did not come in here. You know what? Our X basis needs to be lumber transform from lumber. Okay. So I don't think we need the modifier of 2. Get ready for the ride of your life. You look pretty thick today. Huh?
Fartality.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
Oh, yeah. I think I get what's going on here. Hang on, I'm gonna save and reopen this. Multiple bundles with other indie games. Yeah, no, I think that's helpful as well. Steam just cares if you're making them money. So whatever you do to make them money. It seems dumb to say it that way, but you know, it's like, so is that making a good game? Yeah. Is it providing good service to your customers? Yeah. It's like all those things. We need to multiply by some value. We are in the center. We are already in the center of our thing. So if we're trying to move, if it needs to be that what we do to a number gets us negative in a range one way and positive in a range in another way. And the range is the length of the lumber. So let me plot this out here. We're gonna math this out using this, my new thingy-majiggy. Oh, I was doing a Stargate RPG with some friends. I'm thinking about starting to stream it because I'm getting comfortable DMing again, and I feel like I'm coming up with some cool stuff. The latest session that I'm doing with the guys, with the bros, is a bit like Memento, where I just start them in a scenario where they don't remember anything, but they're in the middle of like action. And it's like really cool because I feel like you can't do that with D&D as much. You can't do like these weird sort of sci-fi kind of scenarios and everything. So I'm having fun with it. But yeah, it was funny when I first started this new session, this new like mission or whatever, and they're all like, "What's going on?" They're like, "Wait, I don't understand." And I wouldn't say anything, and I just like, once they got the idea of like, okay, I got to struggle through this, then it just started working. Okay, so here's the deal. So we have, look at this. I'm wee. I can close that. We're going to go a little bit long. We're going to lower our stroke width. So if our branch is like some size here, like that, this is weird. I got to get better at drawing. Let's try this. We'll do 2. Oh, you know what I could do? I could get the number pad with next to me. Okay, hang on. We're doing this. You're doing it, Peter. You're doing it. Okay, so we're going to put the number pad here. 2. There we go. Now we've got our trunk. And our starting position is right here in the middle. And so we need a number that if we give it 0.5 and we modify this thing here, we end up with 0. And then if we get a number, so 0.5 should give us 0. And then if it's 1, it should get us length and a half. Positive. So positive length and a half. And then if we give it a 0, which obviously 0 is going to give us, but if we give it a 0, we should get negative length and a half. So no, but I think that what Cakes did is he understood the primary mission is to produce a good game. Is that enough? The answer, no. Because you're dealing with market forces. Is a good game, is a great game enough? Is a perfect game enough? No. You're stuck with market forces. So part of marketing your game is actually picking what your game is going to be that you're going to make. So that's a whole nother part of it that's not even really marketing so much as understanding. And that's where you end up with like the black hole game about feeding a black hole and all that stuff. That is just looking, you know, and they've been open about this, but looking at the market, understanding demands and going, if we make a game that fills this segment of a market, it will do really well. That is not an invaluable way to produce a game. That is a valuable way to produce a game. Now, are you going to make a game you'd want to play? Maybe not. But it's definitely an approach to success. I think the struggle is that we want to make games that we enjoy and that we would want to play as well. And so then that's the Venn diagram from like Derek Yu talking about what is a game you would like playing? What is a game that you are good at making? And what is a game that would sell well, and finding the middle of that and going with that. So Medusa is saying, yeah, but it does affect the promotional aspects of Steam and the long tail. So he set himself up for success for the long tail of that game's persistent existence. So what we can do is if we say whatever our number is subtracted, so if our number is 0.5 and we subtract that from 0.5, we get 0. That gets us this. And if our number is 1 and we subtract that from 0.5, that gets us negative 0.5. Or no, that gets us a positive. So, okay. So that would get us negative 0.5. So minus 1 equals, sorry, that would give us 0.5. And then if we are minus 0, we would get a positive 0.5. So that gets us most of the way there. And then all we need is the length. And if we multiply the length times this number, we get what I'm talking about. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about right now. I feel out of the loop. So what we do is we take 0.5, which is a magic number. Yes, it is. It's a magic number. Incoming German Shepherd. Oh, I'm here. You went outside? You had fun outside? You had fun? Yeah, you had fun outside? And now you're back with me? You're back with me. I know. And you're excited to be back with me? Oh, and now he's going back to the family. Jacob has returned. When Cake's game blew up, he yelled, "Pop goes the weasel." Oh, I see. Isn't Pop Goes the Weasel about shooting a weasel popping its head out of the ground? Okay, so if we take resource lumber height minus 0.5, we get our negative and our positive the way that we want it. But it's a little inverse because in our case, we should probably be negative 0.5 for this to be what we want. So because we want it to go up when it's 1 and down when it's 0. And we're going to have the opposite of that right now. So if we make 0.5 negative, then we'll get the result we want. Then we multiply that by length. I think this is it. We did it. That's the math. Congratulations. Two Bobs funded my my mathing development thingy. Now you guys get to see my true crappy handwriting right here. So you guys can start to get ready to forge my signatures and stuff. That'll be good. All right. Now let's go back to the tree. Go back to our branch here. Where did the rest of our branch go? Who knows, bros? Who knows, bros? Let's just try 0.5. And the comments that are why your son says we shall all shoot the neighbor's dog. Well, that whole thing. That was wild. We're watching Wizard of Oz, and Miss Gulch tries to take away Toto. And Toto's just this little tiny dog, you know, and Toto had dug up her flowers, and then when she, like, yelled at him or whatever, Toto, like, nipped her or something. I don't remember the exact details, but she was taking Toto away from Dorothy. And my son, my 4-year-old son, was like, why don't they just get a gun and shoot her? and I tried not to like show that I was laughing, and I like recomposed myself. And I was like, we don't shoot people just because we have a problem with them. And he's like, well, yeah, but just her. I was like, so now we're too high. What happens if we go with 1? Oh, yes. Children never say anything out of line, Nathir. Ever. Okay, well, this fucking sucks. Nothing's working the way I want it to. Everything sucks balls right now. You hear me? You suck balls. Let's see what number we're getting. Results. Length. Woo. Cricket, that's how my game is right now. I had it working, but I optimized it. Now the math is not doing what I want or expected. So Balatro, it says here within 8 hours of its release, it made over $1 million.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool.
Sabin with the raid. You do shout out. How you doing? Let me go over to your stream really quick if it'll let me. Might have to type it in manually. Welcome in, everybody. This is just a stream of watching me struggle over really simple stuff. That's Cricket in a nutshell. If you like Schadenfreude, boy, do I have the stream for you. 3 hours ago, here we go.
Same as it is in Ash.
Sure,
Who
just
has
like my
predictions
stream.
for Best
Yep,
Picture?
exactly. Samesies. It was on early access. It wasn't early access. It was in it had a demo and it had playtesting. So I think it avoided early access and had a standard release. I know that he paid a guy on Fiverr to do the music though. Imagine being that guy. He's like, yeah, I could do that for like $20. And then your music's at the Game Awards.
This is
And you're like, shit! He offered me revenue sharing and I said no.
Oh, you know what we should do? Hold on. Temp thing and then settings manager.
So we're doing a tower defense. Nice.
Yeah.
Maybe? Is it a tower defense? Ah, we're looking at like a zombie horde tower defense kind of thing, right? Is this mobile?
User bot. Scope, which we're almost here.
The light on towers at the moment.
Sometimes it.
Zomnom Defense.
It's
Excellent
gonna be
name.
fun. That was kind of fun.
Yeah, so I'm in the middle of just breaking everything. I can show you what it looks like when it's not broken. Maybe I should do that. Let me show you what it looks like when it's not broken right now. So in the middle of designing trees, and I'm presently just breaking them. We're trying to introduce the ability to adjust the branch height. And everything is busted. But when it's not busted, a tree will look something like this. Let me load one up. Ford Plus renderer. It's not intended to be mobile. Looking wood. Looking wood in your neighborhood. And we didn't load, so let's close and reopen the editor. Because maybe, nope. Did I destroy everything I'd worked on? No. I just didn't select the file proper. Here we go. So this is we've only got branches on one side for some reason. I don't know where the other branch went. Where did she go? I don't know where she went. She's gone. She's gone, Jim. She's gone. What if we run this? Maybe something good will happen. There we go. There it is. I don't know why it's not displaying it on the editor right now. Good Lord, everything's busted. Anyway, so we're trying to make a system of joints and all this stuff to have like kind of a realistic looking tree. We can apply wind forces and things like that. And basically we're working on a game where you cut them branches down and all that stuff. But right now we're just kind of stuck in a hell of the tree editor. We're every time I think I'm about to let it loose, I'm like, no, I need to add one more thing to it. And that's where we are right now. Now, I'm not sure why it didn't show the other branch, though. That is weird. Sus is weird. When I choose this, it doesn't show anything, though. What branch is this? See, that's way down the line. So, where's our other branch friend here? Is he up there? No. Beadwood ties it all together. I think so, too. It's really cool stuff. It's really cool. Oh, yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, it's very cool. We go to the club. We dance at the club. And then we have the height here. Oh, see, now it's working. Number's not quite right. We're too large. Large and in charge. Now, length and a half. Is that what we want? Because we're at 0. I think maybe that's what we want. Let's try that. Very close to getting this working. And I swear, the sun and the moon in the sky, I'll be there. Yes, I swear, for better or worse, until death do us part. I love you with every beat of my heart. If we drag this voila. Just thought about how much win factor was important to Mario Golf or any golf game. I was too young. I never really paid attention to it. I didn't go to dances or anything like that. Everyone plays some sad music for cricket. So, I did. So, okay. M knows the kind of this was the kind of boy I was in high school. M's gonna lose all kinds of respect for me right now. I was a bad boy in high school, not like the Fonz or whatever. But I actually had freshman, sophomore. Is it freshman, sophomore, junior, senior? So my sophomore year, I got asked out to Sadie Hawkins by a German foreign exchange girl. And because I'm an idiot, I forgot that I had said yes and that we were going to this dance together. And it was awful, Em. I want to track her down and apologize. But the day of, it's like, we're going to pick you up. And I'm like, for what? I didn't have anything to wear, nothing. And I didn't go. So yeah. That was awful. And then the only other time I went to a dance okay, and this is not my fault. This part of this story is not my fault. When they weigh your heart against a feather. So my senior year, I had a crush on this girl.
Sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Crystal Bit, thank you for the follow. Yeah. So my senior year, I had this crush on this girl, and I was doing this video production project with them, and this other girl had a crush on me, and I didn't realize it. I see Godot Dev, I follow. Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate that. Now we're really screwed up. What was that? We saw something inside here. Look at that. What is going on in there? Anyways, so yeah, I had a crush on this girl. Other girl asked me to go with a group. Here's the key thing. She asked me to go in a group with her to this dance. And I was like, is so-and-so going to be there? Because I had a crush on her. And the girl was like, yeah. And I was like, I'm in. And then I go to her house, this girl that asked me to go with a group. She asked me to go with a group. Right? And so I said yes. So I was at her house for something related to some project that we were working on. And I'm in there and I'm working on her computer or something. And I hear a knock on their door and they're like, Matt, do you want to see, Matt, we have a surprise for you. And I'm like, okay. And I turn around and it's the girl and her mom. And she's in her full regalia for the dance. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. And she's like blushing and everything. And the mom's like, isn't it pretty? And I'm like, yeah, it's really nice. And in my head, I'm not equating what is going on in her head. And I'm like, and then it dawns on me and I'm like, oh my God, she thinks we're going together. And I'm like, oh no, no. And so we went to the dance, and I danced with her once, and then I danced with a girl I had a crush on all the other times I could for slow dancing, besides like the fun dancing, I guess. And then we ended up dating, and then she broke up with me later, and then I dated her best friend, and she's my wife now. So that's if I'm to fast forward with no explanation, that's what happened. But we stayed friends after that. But that's how I met my wife, was through her, and we were just friends, like, and it was totally platonic. It was like there was nothing as far as any of that. And then she broke up with me, and I still talked to her friend. And then it was like a year and a half of us just talking every night on the phone. And I was like, wait a minute. And something in my brain flipped, and I was like, hold on a second. And then I tried my hand at courting, which I was successful at, apparently. So why are we a height here? I see. Because our X is a different way. Where was everyone's first kiss? My face, you. Too Bob. Mine was across the street at my old home when I was like, no. My first kisses were in preschool. I would get trapped in this barrel. They had this like, it was like one of those old like gas barrel canister things, and they had painted it and made it into like a little thing. Preschool doesn't count. Okay, well, hold on now. Well, this is the funny thing. So I would get trapped in this thing by these girls, and they would all try to smooch me, and I didn't like it. And I told my mom, and then my mom talked to the preschool, and the preschool talked to the girls, and blah, blah, blah. And then they stopped, and then I was sad about it. And then I realized maybe I did like getting smooched. And then I was all sad that it was over. But I was a wee little lad, so it didn't really mean anything. Me and my neighbor were bribed by our older sisters for candy. She was a girl, probably still is. Preschool doesn't count. Well, what does count then? I mean, I guess the other time was after that. It was, I had a friend that was across the street from me when I was it was like second grade or something, and they had like their cousin come and visit, and then she like smooched me. So that would be like second grade-ish. And we smooched. And so that was the first like consensual smooch that I participated in. I also got spooched. No, it wasn't my cousin. It was my friend's cousin across the street. But I'm not saying, kissing cousins, right? I don't know. Anyways. Well, mine was my cousin. My 6th grade girlfriend actually broke up with me because we never kissed. I also got smooched by your cousin. Damn! So much sass everyone's given. What was, All right, we're going to abandon heights here, boys. Let's just get going, because we just want to get this tree up. I know what the problem is. The X direction changes. And that's like fundamentally an issue that we're going to have to fix. But let's get back to, our tree editor is still a work in progress. Let's get back to getting the tree going. And we'll move on. And we're going to comment out height for now. When was the first time you got caught fooling around in a car in the church parking lot by the cops? Mine was 2001. Well, M, we're divulging. What about you? You're asking. Already said. You did? Let me go back up. Preschool doesn't count. Where was everyone's first kiss? Back of car. Oh, I see. Back of car. Lots of detail there, Em. Excellent work on very descriptive. I can picture it. Being really sarcastic with Em right now. I think the church parking lot seemed like it would be the least suspicious. Turns out it was the most suspicious. Church people, back of car, really bad makeout session. Dude was real slobbery. I've gotten the slobbery complaint, but it was always the first kiss. You know, I only had not a lot of girls that I was smooching. But yeah, slobbery first kiss, that was me. But it wasn't a continuous slobber. The slobber was like, I was figuring it out. What was that show where the guys get married and they've never done anything and then they get married and their kiss is just like the most embarrassing thing? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Does anyone have that? That slobbery is like a dog licking your face. That's like, just drink water. Tapir. That's when you're describing that. That's slobbery. Well, slobbery is like it's happening while the act. Like drooly is like maybe you have rabies. Tapir. My face was very wet. Oh, well then yeah, with my slobbery kisses were different. Wet face. Just like making out with Beethoven. Wet face. What the hell's going on there? I got in high school, another video production thing. Man, video production was where it was at if you wanted to connect with other people. The most cool guy thing I ever did was I was recording the 24-hour relay for video production, and we had tents, and it was me and 3 other guys, and this girl, I don't even know how this happened, but this girl like was really into me, and then we just went in the tent had rooms, and we went in one of the rooms, and she just necked me for like 30 minutes. It was the coolest high school moment ever. And then the next day after that, when I saw my video production teacher, I had these fucking big ass hickeys all over my neck. And then the other crazy thing about that is that night after that, I had a date with a girl. So and it was at the theater. It was there was a play we were going to. And so I hopped the fence because the 24-hour relay was at, I can actually show you on a map. The 24-hour relay was at this track thing. And I hopped the fence of the track to go into the campus to be able to go to the play with this other girl. But I promise it wasn't like we were friends and it wasn't like a real date or anything. I wasn't like that, but that was pretty wild. That was yeah. Does it count if you kiss in a play? I was a bride in a scene with a bunch of couples got married, and we never realized everyone else fake kissed. I'm sure the guy did. He's like, oh, hell yeah. He has no idea. I was a lead in a play and got kissed by all the ladies. That's funny. I was definitely not, I didn't understand anything about girls though during all the high school stuff. Was not a very good like understander of ladies. Oops. But that was the olden days. I'm an old man now. I remember in kindergarten, I'd protect the girls from the boys and always get a smooch on the cheek for it. Oh, nice. I've kissed more women in plays than I have in real life. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, the theater kids, man. It was the theater kids. It wasn't the band kids. It was the band kids. It was the theater kids, not the band kids. That's where it was at. Oddly enough, I've kissed more men in plays than I have in real life, too. Oh, man. Okay, let's start building this tree out. It's one time at theater camp. I tried doing stage stuff for theater in high school, and the like instructor was just really rude, and he couldn't say anything kindly in a kind manner or anything like that. And I just was like, I'm not gonna work for this guy. Like, I'm not gonna do all this, and the whole thing is thankless. Everything we're doing is wrong, and it's just like, fuck this. Like, I'm not gonna be a part of this. Went in an acting school, performing arts college, and then played lead guitar in bands and owned nightclubs. I'm bowing out of this comparison. It's only Oh, I wanted to ask, in the U.S., when are you usually home as a high schooler? For me, it was nighttime. So generally, like class would end, and then I would just be out with my friends, and then I'd get home by the time it was getting dark. I mean, when are you free? Oh, 3:15. Generally, at least where I was, it was 3:15. Yeah, dude, our schools. No, that would be so. Class was generally 8 to 3:15 for the entire school session. That would be sometime after that time. Unless the extracurricular was like, as in my school, when you got to like your senior year, you'd have electives and things like that. And so some of those things would be filled up by electives. Do you guys remember the original plot line to the Benji movie? That was wild shit. It's like almost a horror movie. Yeah, I mean, it depended, Tapier. There would be like the gifted programs, so like there would be like essentially it was just harder school. And you were still graded, like you'd still get A, B's, and C's, but it was just more challenging. Or whatever. And no, let me show you. So the promotional materials for the original Benji are like these kids tied up and like kidnapped. And like people holding guns next to them and shit. Benji movie 1974. Yeah, here's a scene. This is a scene from Benji 1974. This is fucking wild. Benji 1974. What the fuck? I remember watching it and just being like, what? And here's the poster. If you were on a streaming service, here's what the poster would look like for you to watch that movie. Here's the poster that they have right now to watch this movie. What in the hell? Yeah, it's 1974 G, which was different. It's rated G. I think they talk about killing the kids too. And it's rated G. Let me look up Benji movie 1974 wiki. What is the plot of this? It was an indie film. So it's the story of takes place in it doesn't say where, but it follows Benji, a friendly dog. He's a tramp, but he's a friendly dog. Everyone loves him in the town, including two children, Cindy and Paul. The children fail to convince their father, Dr. Chapman, to allow Benji to stay at their home. When the children are kidnapped by a band of robbers as part of a ransom, Benji attempts to rescue them. That's the synopsis. Let's see. So they rob a jewelry store. The children are kidnapped. Yeah, no, the whole thing. This is. I'm reading the synopsis. It's a. I'm pretty sure they talk about killing the kids. Benji didn't ask for this life. I know. It's a hard dog's life, man. That doesn't look like Benji at all either. What the hell? Benji's Extreme Makeover. That's what this should be called. Yeah, it's, see you, Jacob. Mm. I can't say that we have anything like that in the neighborhoods I live in right now. Towns and cities that have actual walking distance setups. Yeah, those are rare in the States now. Now, here, when you try to talk about that stuff, you're attacking people's freedoms. People will defend the right to drive their car wherever the fuck they want more than someone's right to speak or any other number of rights that we supposedly have. But god damn it, if you take away the ability to drive my vehicle wherever the hell I want, you taking my freedom, I'm going to America. That's what happens when you try to talk about maybe making things walkable. I had a bad experience with a bicyclist once. Fuck you, America. That's what it's like here. And it's like, hey, maybe we should make it so bikes can drive. Fuck bikes, bicyclist, one bicyclist. My truck. I should be able to roll coal whatever I want. This is America. This is so accurate. Oh, Jesus, man. Man, I've been openly in this area. I've been pretty wild about like all this shit going down with ICE. And I'm just like, here's why it's fucking stupid and this is awful and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I know I know I'm pissing off certain people, but one of my friends is like, dude, I feel like I'm in Germany, like Nazi Germany. Like you need to stop talking about this stuff. And I'm like, why? What are they going to do? They believe in freedom so much. Should be able to say this shit, right? Supposedly. I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. Everyone crumbles. We all crumble. We sound just like that. Here, if I drive 4 hours in any direction, I can fall off the island. In the States, it took 2 hours to get to the store. You know, the funny thing, too, about people fighting for the rights to cars and shit is if you do the math of, like, how far you walk from a car into Walmart to get your shit and then to leave and all of that, if you were to plot that out on a road, no one would walk that far in the States, even though they just did. But because they have this, like, safety net of a vehicle, they think, oh, I'm not walking that far. And it's like, dude, you just walked like, 7 big old block lengths to just get your beans or whatever the fuck it was you're picking up and your meds and shit. But you talk about, hey, what if we constructed a city so you could do all that by just walking? They'd be like, no. And it's like, okay. If I drive 4 hours, I can get to Washington, D.C., the Smoky Mountains, the Outer Banks, Savannah, Georgia. Yeah, it really depends on where you are. Driving 4 hours in California is an entirely different experience than driving 4 hours in other areas in the States. California specifically is you go up or down because you're surrounded by the ocean and the desert and mountains. And so you really have like just really 2 directions you can go. And so it just is really bad. And there's no transit systems except when you're in the major city areas. But then if you have to convert from vehicle to transit, now you're looking at finding a parking spot that's going to like gouge you crazy crazy amounts and stuff like that. So it's a mess. North Carolina to go to a store. Yeah, it definitely depends on where you live. Yeah, if you want to live up in a mountain, yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, you gotta mostly living off canned goods. Fiera, how you doing, man? I gotta do some shout outs here. Let me do some shout outs. M Audio, of course. Working on a game with Tapir. Hopefully that shout out worked. Doesn't seem like it did. What is this bullshit? What the hell? My shout out's not working. Fine, I'll do it by hand. Imadio. One of my more recent coworkers moved up to the top mountains in Colorado, and a week later she was talking about how to make bread. Yeah. Flowers and eggs. How to make your own laundry detergent, right? You know, downstream from where what we do is we kill an elk, and then we put its body in the lake upstream, and after we skin it, and then the fats from the body come downstream, and that's how we get soap. and then we do it's all just like, hey Google, can I make batteries, right? Oh, it's in the wrong tree. Tree 8. Are you talking about work or a game? There we go. All right, so there's our first little flowering thing. I was thinking of alternating between the two different branch styles that I have. So the next set will be 3, the next set will be 4, the next set will be 3, the next set will be 4. So we'll try that, see what that looks like. And then we're going to have to do a lot of optimization for runtime, which is fine. So we have big branch with no inside. I have this thing called wedge. I think that was the new one. Let me open it. Ah, shit, that wasn't it. All right, that was the little one. God, this shit. I need to. We're going to. You know what? We still got to do some performance optimization because this is still horrendously slow. By the way, I think I can have some playtesting by this weekend. I mean, well, if I can make the whole level by then. Second favorite stuff is really coming along. There'll be no textures or finished models or animations or bad guys. Well, yeah, it's good. Getting the playtesting going is really a good thing as soon as possible. It's not a bad thing. Okay, so it wasn't Wedge. We used to hit womp rats the size of no bigger than that with our T16s on blah 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 blah. Right? Scoozy bitty bitty boos. Wrapping up full vertical stack with a breath burst pass is much better than getting lost steps first. And you're saying that while I'm just in tree editor hell. Oh God. Cricket. Cricket, cricket, cricket. There's a balance. That's what your mom's always telling me. Cricket. This is more like tree purgatory. It really is. We're in tree hell. Tree cola. So did they do Ricola commercials in Europe, or is that we had a lot of in the States? We have like, ooh, this is from Italy. Oh, what's that in Europe? I wonder. What's the like for the taste of France? Is there anything? Is because I'm trying to like in the States, it's not like from the for the taste of Alabama. There's not like anything like that here in the States. Come for the racism of Tennessee. It's like, oh, okay. If you want to feel unwelcomed, what in the hell? What did I do? What have I become? I am become busted ass tree. I just imagine them using us as a bad example in commercials. Don't be dumb like an American. Get your vaccines today. I could see that. I think this current administration thinks that we're somehow in rah-rah post 9/11, like, and they're just kind of like, wait, people aren't happy about. They're not happy about war? What? No, oh, well, it's not really a war. It's this, and you know, it's I mean, that one guy, I just expect him to just fucking eat a cat and then start giving his like conference at the fucking Pentagon. Just blood dripping from us. We're gonna feast on the blood of the young. Just smearing a baby's blood all over his fucking face. And people will still be like, well, it's just, we just kind of, that's just a warrior mentality. And it's what we have to be like. It's like, oh yeah, okay. It's like, Um, I saw a shirt that said, I must be an 18-year-old American the way I'm ready to die for Bush. Yep. Yeah. No, I mean, and the point for me, this latest stuff is like, look, the Iraq War was able to drink by the time it was over. My son is 4 years old. I have a vested interest in this fucking thing. Like, I am 100% concerned. And like, I'm not going to be, you know, I won't excuse defending this shit. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, it's all surgical strikes, and then the first fucking thing we do is hit his school and then double tap it, and it's like, oh well, that didn't really happen, and it's like, oh shit, well yeah, actually it did. And but forget about that. Forget about it. Don't think about that. Oh, it was bad intel. Very bad intelligence. That was bad intelligence. Very bad intelligence. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but no. I hate this shit. The sexual tensions in this. Oh, God. Anyways. Fucking, let's pull out of the UN. That's a good idea. And let's start some shit. What the fuck? Any of these things, had the color been blue of the current administration, the same people that are backing this shit up would absolutely be outraged by it. It's 100% biases. And the same is true on the other side of the foot. And so I fucking hate that part of this whole thing. I hate it all. But most of all, that hypocrisy fucking makes me sick. None of them believe in pulling out. No consistency in argument. No real principles. It's stun locked. Well, you know, in a way, you kind of want that, though. The whole point of it, principally speaking, is to prevent another global war. You almost want the trap of bureaucracy when it comes to something like the UN. In a way, it prevents action that would normally create flare-ups and tensions and stuff like that. Right now, we got to fucking rock 'em. We got this guy with fucking 6-shooter just pew, 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 pew going around. And then shit's hitting the fan left and right. The mask off for any president is a second term. That's generally when you get to see what they're really about. Thanks for the sub, Greg. I mean, I'll say this again. Nobody points it out, but he wears a goddamn hat that says 45th-47th. So he already thinks he's had 3 terms. He really believes that second one was stolen from him. And then if he's like, oh yeah, he's just joking about running for a third, even though he's literally just saying it constantly. And you just have to learn how to read the guy and blah, 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 blah. No, I'll take him for his word at it. Thank you very much. I generally find that's a good way to interact with people. If they tell you something you should probably believe him. The way that I know that we're kind of cooked, or I feel like it is the defense of the indefensible continues to get bigger and bigger. And that's the part for me where it's like, wow, we really are screwed here, because nobody of all the like Second Amendments people, the time will come and pass, and it won't matter that we had it. I don't know. I hate to put it that way, but the revolutionary aspect of that people embrace so much, especially on the right and like the South in particular, they don't know this shit when it's fucking smacking them in the face. They can't identify the literal thing that they keep talking about. And that's the part where it's like, so much for being a rebel, man. I don't know. You just fucking, if you want the state, you just want your version of it. Congratulations, you'll get it. There's an old saying, if someone tells you they're crazy, you better believe it. I mean, that's why, like with my neighbor, I would just cut ties with him. If he's going to tell me he's going to do something, then I'm like, all right, I believe you. We're done here. Oh, you know, he's just, no. I've interacted with this person enough to know, like, I'm not going to risk the lives of my children or anybody else to try and make peace with this guy. He's a loose screw. I mean, if he's, you know, and then you find out like the neighbors think something about you that's totally not true. And it's like, oh, I wonder where they got that idea from. Huh. Fucking gossiping old men act like the stereotype of an old lady. They're exactly that. They just like, all these old guys in this neighborhood just kind of come together and just gossip and then walk away all the time. And it's like, wow. Stay out of my business except when I'm in yours. All right, dude. I found I can talk. Oh, I did have something crazy happen though the other day. I was at the park with my kids at the public library, across from the public library down in one of the bigger towns in the area. And this lady, like, there's this kid that goes out into the park there every Tuesday, and he's blasting, like, it sounds like rap, it sounds like rock and roll, it sounds like heavy metal or whatever, but it's all like Christian stuff. So he's like trying to be this like kind of like, I'm gonna get the word out with like this cool rap, you know, song or whatever. And he's on this swing, and he's got this like his phone hooked up to like a Bluetooth speaker thing, and he's just blasting this music. And it's really weird because it's incredibly rude. And it's like, I just gotta get the word of Jesus out there in the most rude fucking way possible. It's one of those like single speaker things, you know. I miss boomboxes, frankly, but anyways, so this lady comes out and she's just sort of like dancing to it, like, you know, and I didn't think anything of it. I thought it was weird. But she's just like, she's like an older lady, and she's like dancing to it or whatever. And later I'm talking to a friend of, you know, one of the kids that my kids are playing with, and she like comes up and sneaks up kind of to me, and suddenly she's in front of me, and she's doing like this, and she comes up and she socks me in the stomach, and it doesn't hurt. She's not strong or anything like that. And so she's doing it again, and she's like getting ready, and she comes in to do it again. And I tighten my abs up, you know, and she tries even harder, and like I don't respond to it. this lady's got a screw loose. And she's like, oh, this is just something I always do to people and all that stuff. And I was like, you know, you're really lucky that I am who I am and that this wasn't a different guy. I didn't say any of this stuff. I didn't acknowledge her at all. She just left. She clearly had a screw loose. And I was like watching her hands and everything because I was just worried that she had a knife. So I was just making sure she wasn't going to fucking shank me and I was going to bleed out in front of my kids. Because then I would have taken action. But in my head, like I'm running through all these scenarios about like, what the hell's going on right now? What is all this? And in my brain, I'm like, is somebody sitting behind a tree with like a camera recording, waiting for me to physically assault her in response to her assault? And then I'm going to get busted for something, even though it was in response. Like, what the hell's going on here? You know, I get really, in my brain, I'm playing out all this stuff, but she's just crazy. But it was like, it was really weird. I hadn't ever, that's like, I haven't dealt with something like that in a long time. That kind of crazy. So it's a really weird situation. And I told my wife about it. And then apparently she knew who she was because everyone around town is like talking about her. And she's going and like flashing people at Taco Bell and shit. Going through the drive-thru and then like lifting her top up and everything. So, but luckily places like this shut down help for people with mental issues because that way they just sort of go away and the problem just disappears, right? So luckily we do that. At my Taco Bell, all I get is bad service. Oh, you don't have a good Taco Bell? The best thing in the world is a good Taco Bell. Well, not really, but it's nice to have a good one. Gut jabbing me. It's how Houdini died, hitting me. Listen, Houdini. What is going on with my tree? What is this? I hate life. Ah! Okay, let's. I like that I get rated. I like to imagine Saban's like, what did I raid into? Never again. Our only good fast food restaurants are the ones that are run by Latinos. Dude, that's the best in the States. The best place to get any foreign food is the cooks are Latino. Like that's the way that you know it's going to be decent. It's just like, oh, this is an Indian restaurant. Are the chefs Latino? And it's like, yes. Okay, it's going to be amazing. Our Indian restaurants are fire because 1/3 of our population, but the fast food restaurants that are run by Americans kids suck. Yeah. So there's like the good Taco Bell, right? And it's in the bad side of town, or the good Subway and it's in the bad side of town. And then the one that's in the more preppy area, that Subway sucks ass. I know exactly what you're talking about. Tons of good food, just not fast food. Yeah. I mean, you can't have good fast food now. The margins and people that are running franchises are getting squeezed. Fast food is an awful experience now. The entire concept is ready for destruction. Not only the shrinkage, it wouldn't work hard. Well, it's not even that. It's just like, because it's always been what it is. But for the price, it's the price value, right? Where as the consumer has to pay more and more for the exact same and now worse experience, the cost value proposition is off the charts and the wrong side of things. All this strife. Yeah. So update lumber. So now I have two things here. So if I load the tree right now, you could kind of justify fast food when it was cheap, but now you can hardly go to Taco Bell for less than $10. Yeah. Or, I mean, seriously, buy the ingredients yourself and make it, which has always been true, but now it's especially true. Yeah, exactly. $20, $25 for a pickup order, and then $50 for. Oops, I didn't save the tree. Taco Bell is the last stand. Yeah, Taco Bell is definitely at the bottom of its, in my experience with it, it's rock bottom. Used to feast at Taco Bell for $5. Yeah. Yeah, that was like the pork, you'd go and you get your 3 tacos and it was like $1.50 or something. It was like crazy cheap. I said all the time, but when Arby's had 5 for $5, I was living my best life. Not what the fuck? What is Arby's? Arby's is a place where you go to say hi to your mom and give her hugs and kisses from us. We're getting an In-N-Out here, and everyone's freaking out about it. Arby's is a hot meat sandwich restaurant. I guess that's how you could describe it. So they do different slices of meats, and it's a sandwich constructed of that. So just different cuts of meats and like chicken, or do they do traditional burgers? I don't even know. What's your favorite fast food thing over there? I don't even know anymore. Damn it. Why does it keep... All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to delete tree 8. No burgers. It's all hot deli meat. Yeah. I feel like I'm in a holding pattern with this goddamn thing. Tree 8. I'm so happy for Cakes, though. Well deserved. Long journey. Well deserved. Baja Blast is pretty high up there. Taco Bell has at least figured out the idea of exclusivity in fast food, and having a drink that you can only get there is pretty wild. I think it's because of Proton Medusa. And it was from scratch, so so suddenly I'm not able to save the tree. Save the tree leader. There it is. See, why does this take so long? Oh, I didn't do it right. Okay. So that was pretty decent. We're going to figure this out, boys. Putting on big TV. No, I won't get mad. Yeah, and I think he's identified that as well a while back as like it's not worth the time. Like that one time you got mad and yelled. What did I yell? I yelled that you left? Which time? I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Remember that time Cricket got all mad and yelled? What happens if I save this as a scene? Okay. So this only has the collision shape. So if I ran this, everything would just fall, right? Let's see. Well, I'm not even going to be able to see anything if I run this. I have to put a camera in the scene. So that's how we get the super fast load time, right? We put this all into its own scene. So like right now, if I load this, everything's just going to fall. Yeah. And because we have no joints, we don't have anything to even attach this to. Okay. So in order to save everything, and maybe this will contribute to faster. because we want to save all of it. So we do need these things to exist. I don't think I told you all, but I put in my 2 weeks last week. I have no idea what to do next. That's exciting. Why does the tree editor show? Oh, make local. My bad. You know, man, look at all those joints. Something seem wrong here to anybody else? Does it really look like this with this many joints? I mean, all the connections here seem solid. I guess it's just true. We just have that many. Yeah, there would be this many. Jeez Louise. There's our branch. Jeez Louise. Yeah, it's starting to look like a tree. Seven buyer's remorse. Can I return this tree? How much can I get for this tree? It's awfully quiet for my kids. They must be playing outside. Oh, that branch is looking nice. Sorry, I'm so used to hearing that somewhere else. I got confused. Oh, hey. She doing typing stuff? Oh shit, I went 31. We only needed to go 20. What was it? 23, I think we saw. $26 is good. I think part of the slowness too is the recalculation of everything happening inside of the resources. So whenever we adjust, we do this, right? And so I think what we need to do is these need to only fire when we first load a branch or something in the hierarchy changes to tell it that it needs to change. So this is probably the biggest perf thing that's killing us right now is this. So what I could do is once we have a branch ready, just for saving and loading sake, I can comment these two things out. And if we're not making any adjustments, it should be much quicker. And so actually what I could do during this time, even though this would look totally wrong, is come in and build a tree without those firing. And then the other thing too is this wouldn't fire and this wouldn't fire and just change would. So we're only running update and we're not doing any recursion besides the update stuff. So now if I were to go here and we me and Tiny are looking at the library book about the space station and learn that many astronauts come back to Earth and need glasses when they didn't before. Yeah, I think it's the pressure. They pressurize the environment different than Earth. The pressurization is a little different. And when they're in the spacesuit too, their head actually kind of like gets bigger. Yep, our eyeballs are basically on the verge of exploding. Yeah. Astigmatism is caused by wonky eye shapes. That's terrifying. Yeah, my wife knows Greg and my wife, man, they could talk shop. For sure. Because they both did the same job for a while. Oh my God. One of the craziest. So I worked for my wife's, I did their computers and everything for a while. And I was in the back waiting to get paid one day. And I was in like the doctor's office and I was like their office in the back. And I was reading this science journal. It was all an optical science journal thing. And it was talking about how this lady kept reporting this sensation on her eyelid that was bothering her. And they kept looking into it and couldn't understand it. And finally they put her eyelid, they like lifted her eyelid up and ran light through it. And they realized that the skin on her eyelid had fused to contact lens that she had forgotten to take out. And they had to surgically remove it. And then from then on, when she'd close her eyelid, it wouldn't block nearly as much light anymore because a lot of the skin was missing. Yeah, that's like nightmare fuel right there. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't think I ever need contact lenses. You know, I think I just realized something. I think for refresh branch, we only ever need to go depth based when I'm realizing we don't need to go recursive. I think we can get away. Oh my God, you guys, this is going to drastically improve our speed if this is the case. I think we only need to, on refresh branch, we only need to do this. I could be wrong. Nope. It depends on what we're doing. Because it's nothing. Oh my God, that's why I have to do this. Okay, I'm remembering. I forgot why everything was this way, and now I'm remembering why. It's because we can't have any structure in our tree. So I'm recreating like a tree-like structure behind the scenes. It would be nice though if I could adjust this and then just let go, and then the rest happens when I let go. But we can't tell that that's happening. And we're still getting some really poor performance stuff with this. Uh-oh. I've lost the mouse, guys. We might lose the stream here. There it is. Mouse down, mouse revive. We've got a mouse hawk down. That's funny. Yeah, I kind of can't avoid it for what I need for the editor. However, I could thread it. I could thread it because it's all based off of the neighbor value. Could I thread it? When a branch is happening, I can thread the branches. So every time we have a branch, that could be a separate thread. Do I really want to try and do that right now? No. But in the future, yes. I'm not talking about threading at runtime, because at runtime, physics is going to be doing everything. I'm talking about the fact the creation of the system that I have is a series of rigid bodies and joints with absolutely no connection to a tree structure in the scene tree in Godot. And so I have to create the hierarchy of, I moved this one thing and it's got these children, even though in the scene tree in Godot there is no children. Because it has to be like that in the scene tree. Jesus Christ, Superstar, what the hell happened? Did I forget? Did I not save the branch? Hang on, let's close and reopen. I like that version. Each branch getting bigger than the last. Oh, it's huge. Yeah. No, none of this is runtime stuff. It's all the dev tools. She might need to use your laptop for this. Why is that? Is the screen too small or something? Ah! What happened to the tree? Have you tried rebooting? Just reboot. Please just try rebooting. Have you tried turning it on and off again? What is this? This door is locked from the inside. Who would do such a thing? Yeah, that's true as well. It's plugged in. Oh, I know why this is happening. I commented this stuff out. I'm such an idiot. So this is probably fine. I just have to save and reload. All right. So we're just going to do the tree like I was trying to say. So this is going to be slow as molasses. Bear with me, guys. And what we'll do is then we'll save the tree into its own scene and then load that into the main game stuff and we'll go from there. And now both of them are broken. Nope, just the one. Gold darn it. Everything's fine. Stay calm. You got something to share, Medusa? You want to share something to class? Class. Class. There's 2 people not on task. One of them is faking it. We had an art teacher who sounded like the guy from Ferris Bueller's. And it wasn't an act, but he leaned into it because he knew it was funny. Can I hide the... I don't want to show all the members. State of the game, not working at the moment. Someday soon. You'll get it. We're in this love together. All right. You're going to get it. Oh, I should I'm really bad at like doing emote reactions and shit. I think the game she was trying to play just broke. I think the Fruit Ninja would be a lot of fun for her. I am astonished at how few typing games there are that are like, this is for kids, it's good quality, and they're going to have fun with this. Or how hard it is to find them. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. Is there a genre on Steam that's like typing game? Tags are typing. They're all like scary. Oh, it's a scary typing game. Oh, there's a chef one. This looks cute. Mavis Beacon. Mavis Beacon does Dallas. Pi divided by 2. So if I type it in and press enter, it doesn't update. Lovely. Listen, Cricket, just get this thing done. Why is it not rotating? Mavis Beacon teaches typing deluxe. ISO image. Mac Windows. Hang on. I'm going to try it right now. I should be able to get it to work on Proton. Is this an executable or do I have to do an installer? Okay, we're downloading it. It's going slow because it's archive.com. You know how it goes. It's like a rotten potato. It's a bad potato. Very bad potato. Sorry. It's like a potato that's sprouting roots again. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry, buddy. You're standing right in the doorway. I didn't realize you were going to be right there. I smushed you. I smushed you a bunch. I'm sorry about that. Okay, I had an idea as I walked away. We're going to put a static var on because the problem, I'm wondering if it's just something about the way that emit works. So if we're not updating, this is a static variable, or this is awful. I'm just going to do it this way, though. If we're not updating, then we're going to say we're updating, and then we're going to set updating to true. And then any of these other ones that are getting changed are not going to fire their children. So I actually look like this. Now the values will change. All right, this won't be every single spot, but it'll be enough, I think, to make a difference. This is real crap. This is real crap. And the updating true needs to happen before change is emit. All right, Mavis Beacon's been downloaded. We've got it mounted. We're going to run the setup through Wine and see what happens. See, I don't know where this is actually going. Have you tried whiskey? All right, so it put it somewhere. Where? I don't know. So it's now wine where to run installed wine. .wine. There's Mavis Beacon. Oh, there it is. Oh God, it's wigging out. Uh. Ugh. Hang on. I think I might have better with let's do Steam. Might have better luck with Proton. So ironically, I've used Wine to install it, and now I'm going to run it through Proton in order to play it. Oh, did you download it, Miss Cricket? Steam is all not acting right now for me. How do you grep the running executable name? I see it down the bottom, 6480. Is that not the executable? No, it isn't. 176 398. Do I have to say PID? And now it's magically changed again. Oh, that's my grep. That's the process ID for my grep. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's try running Steam again. Fiddlesticks. There it goes. All right, so if we go to library, and then we go add game, non-Steam game, and then we browse, and then we go to are you seriously going to force me to wine, drive C, program files, Mavis beacon, Mavis 2.1 schools exe, add selected programs. Here it is. Play. This looks better. And I can force the resolution if I want. Yeah, so it works great in Proton. So weirdly, we use Wine to install and then Proton to run, and we're golden. I don't know the teacher's area password. And then as soon as I click on that, all hell breaks loose with the UI. And suddenly I can't access anything right. So I do need to know the native res of this. And then we can get it working right. So I'll figure that out at some point. But for now I can go like this. Login is incorrect. I don't know what the teachers are. Does anyone know the Mavis? Is there a I'm looking on the archive.org. Mavis 2.1 schools teachers area password. It says the administrator guide has it. So unless archive.org has the password, I cannot get into it. GNIEYT. That's typing backwards. Huh?
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Oh, I see. It's typing backwards. There we go. Class management. Add. Choose grade level. Ooh. Mini. Okay. Mini. Let's Students, add, mini, save. Back, students area, select your class, mini, select your name. Oh wow,
Hi,
honor
I'm
system.
Mavis Beacon. I'm here to help you improve your typing skills. You can take a lesson, practice typing, jump right into the fun with a typing game, or make another selection from the menu.
Okay, cool. We're gonna mess with that. I'll get it going on my laptop, and then we can do that with her. Sweet Moses, smell the roses. So I can do all that, but then I can't program my own fucking video game. The fuck's that about? How embarrassing. What is all this? Try working on a printer. Yeah, I'm pretty. We've got a LaserJet that I'm happy with. I mean, there's a lot of things you want to do with a network printer. You want a static IP. You want to set it by the MAC address on your router so it never changes. And half of the problems go away right there. And then you want to make sure you're using the right kind of driver. And printers are generally fine until there's a legit hardware issue with them. But you can get the software under control if you really, but you got to lock it down and you got to understand your printer. But yeah, they suck. Admittedly, they suck. The model that we have, it doesn't auto detect when you have a duplex attachment to it. And so you still have to say, I have the duplex attachment, because if you tell it, I'm going to print double-sided, it's like, okay, cool. I'll print out the first page and now you flip it and put it back in. And it's like, no, you have a duplex unit. Stop making me do this, please. Like, but I mean, if you don't have duplex on your printer, what are you doing, man? If you're doing any like serious printing, gotta have duplex. Gotta have it. Okay, let's save and close. We're gonna reload the tree. The last thing we need to do here is see, what is it complaining about right here? It's talking about a reference to an RES, but I got rid of all that stuff. Anyways. Okay, so before we do this, when we trigger refresh, updating, that's what we call it. Oh, that's so funny. Dude, Discord, that all of that from Discord is dark patterns, man. And they know it. Still taking an ass long to load. Live by the lake, die by the lake. That's what I always say. In the States, generally people who live by lakes tend to be pretty trash. Except I think maybe the exclusion of that is the Great Lakes. But I could be wrong. But for some reason here in the States, lakes attract some of the trashiest individuals. I don't know what. I went to the annual stripper convention for Fred Durst's cousin. I don't know what you mean. Oh, snap. I added it to the side of the tree. No. Yep. I think that's why that happens. The lakes just attract that kind of thing. God, I haven't had time to work on this stuff at all, guys, and I'm just like, I'm kind of flailing. I'm going to call this the cricket flail. But I know they say don't optimize early, but damn, am I feeling the pressure of having not done that. I am drowning. The wild thing about this is when we build the tree and we just save the scene, it loads like that because none of the generative parts of it have to be done. It simply loads the scene and it's got everything it needs. And so, it's not a problem at that point. One thing I haven't even considered though, the cricket flail. No. It's actually really good. It doesn't mean anything bad. Just like the drunken master. Sub-Zero. Bit, how you been doing? It's been a while. I sucked at Mortal Kombat. I never understood it. So that's the last time I ever contribute to a post on Reddit. As far as I posted something in the Godot Reddit and someone reposted my post. Whatever. God damn it. Reddit is bizarrely just people just constantly stealing and like it's weird. It's not really, I'm not really going to say that's what happened though. But it's kind of funny cuz it's not really what happened, so it's not exactly technically true, so I'll I'll take the law. I'll take the L. Well, it's weird. It's like, hey, don't self-promote, but here's this video somebody made, and I've stripped out all accreditation, and I'm just farming karma. And it's like, huh. Okay. Yeah, most of the web is so broken, it's not. And it's so parasitical. What's wild is how most of the internet's memery comes from 4chan. Like, that's the source of all memeage. And nobody really wants to admit that. Yeah, I agree. The internet is not the best place. You know, getting rid of this lookup would speed some things up. And it would change nothing about our behavior. Let's do that. First, we'll save the tree. But if you see how often we're hitting this lookup, look at that. That's disgusting, right? And actually, now that I think about it, we have a ref. So one thing I could do is we look it up once. So let's do that. This'll help without having to do the other thing. So have a local variable called lookup. That's the tree editor lumber, and then we go like this. And then everything after this. So then we go down. And anything referencing lookup underscore lookup resource lumber. Now, there's probably some sort of caching going on here, but we're a scripted language, so I doubt there's actually very much of that happening. And we replace it with lookup. And we actually want to do this twice because we have some nest ones that are inside of it. So that should speed some stuff up right there. And then here we do the same thing where we go like this. And we do the same replacement here. So maybe that'll just have a net effect of making things a little bit faster. So this is straight up pi. That's half of pi. Pi and a half. Delicious pi and a half. Just point me at it. Hell yeah. Okay, it does seem to be helping. But an even faster thing would be to just completely eliminate the lookup altogether. We're literally doing the same thing twice here. We don't need to do that. Okay, I think we're kind of cooking now. Just to be safe, we're going to save the tree. All right. I am not touching resources again like I did with this, though. My plan is eventually to refactor this whole thing, eliminate all the resource stuff, keep it back to traditional elements in Godot, and then use serialization and deserialization to do a single resource save. Because this is just hell. I'm in hell with this. I'm totally, I'll be frank about this. And I've always avoided resources in this manner, and I don't know why I set myself up for this. I was like tying the rope and putting the step stool and then climbing up and then making a nice knot and then putting it over my neck. And I'm like, this is great. And then as soon as I'm ready to start going with this, I jump and I'm like, oh no, this didn't do anything I thought it would do. What I enjoy, I know, literally, this is just a nightmare. And granted, I probably set it up in a really poor manner, because the way that I typically use resources is for designing, for intentional design. But here I'm using it to model the shape of data, and it's not working out. It's not working out at all. And I'm also trying to tie it into signals and stuff, and I just don't do that with the stuff I make. And so this has all been a learning experience. All right, so this one's position is going to be, this is pi, how does this work? We have pi and a half, we have pi, and we have pi plus pi and a half. That's what it would be. Okay. And it's not updating because of the fact that the signal doesn't fire, blah, 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 but it will when we do the save and reload. This is stupid. This is awful. We're going to save this as tree 9 just to be safe, just in case tree 8 is busted. Because we're also noticing there's some weirdness with overwriting files. So we're going to save, close, reopen. Again, it's talking about embedded binary data. Ain't nothing embedded in this thing. Okay. Load that up. Hopefully this works, because we are, we'll see. I have an AI religious question open to anyone to answer. If you could just have the highest levels of AI access for free through business taxes, would you do it? And I'm in this position. I'm wondering if I should justify just giving the money to the government over Google. So you can expense to AI and pay less taxes is basically kind of what you're talking about. I mean, I would do it. I mean, you know, anything to lower your, yeah. For me, what I'm noticing some people are starting to talk about is this weird sort of addictive property of AI, where you sort of like prompt yourself out of intelligence, and something that would normally be a muscle that you would strengthen becomes atrophy. But I also see people doing a lot of really creative stuff with it. I find I'm more interested in the generative stuff for AI in terms of like visual textures, that kind of stuff, than, like, for instance, I think you could come up with something better than an L system for tree gen. Because frankly, as much as it looks like a tree using these L systems, it doesn't seem like a tree to me, kind of. So I wouldn't feel guilty about it. I mean, you know, you could also just donate to charity and expense that, right? Do something like that. So it's up to you. No, you can't. Okay, never mind. Oh, okay. I'm gonna check. I'm not allowed. Okay. Yeah, that might have something to do with the business type. Even in the States, I might be wrong about that. I mean, there's nothing to stop you from. Well, actually, yeah, there is. Never mind. I was about to suggest something that gets you in trouble. I guess the part for me about dude training Skynet, I know. That's where I kind of, for AI, because it's using all of human history to train itself and everything, I kind of lean more socialist with AI, where it's like, you know, this should just be available. You're going to drain our energy and make our costs go up and all this stuff, and then sell it back to us. And to me, I'm like, you know what? You're going to take all of like human history and knowledge and then sell it back to us. Like, nah, this should be free. I don't think we should be paying for this. Yeah, I mean, you still have to run the models somewhere, right? It is strange to me that this didn't become a college campus thing. And that this became immediately venture capital. Like, because this seems like something where a college would be like, look, we're gonna make this thing, it's free, anyone can access it. It's gonna take a long time because we're gonna have a queue for prompting. So your response isn't gonna be instant, but it's gonna be publicly available. It'll be trained on all of the published papers that we've ever had, you know, like all of that kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, and I think what's really going on is we've over the scale. The scale is, it's too much. Here's the thing that's in the, I think this is why, is because I'm using an exported resource, and the resource then has references. This is it. This is the reason why this is so bad. Something is contributing to a performance issue that I don't think I'm actually. It's not my code. It's the structure. I'm pretty sure. So this is one of the reasons why I don't want these to be resources. So none of this is going to be nested resources. I want to rip all of that out, and only saving and loading is a resource. And then the rest is just what it should be. exports on the lumber itself, for instance. I think that we're too. I think the reality of what's, if it's taking our jobs, then we have this weird thing where it's trying to sell our work back to us. Everyone's losing jobs and there's nobody to pay for the thing. And so it's creating a world where we literally then can't consume the thing it's trying to get us to be able to consume, which is buying back our own labor. So that's the part where it's like, I don't know. Because generally, prior to this, any new technology that would take out a workforce, the production of the thing wasn't the dissolution of labor, but that's exactly what this is, and so that's that's where it's like, I don't know what the plan is here, but is the AI going to start earning money now so that it can spend the money? Because if it did that, then maybe we'd have a system that works. Otherwise, this doesn't make any sense, because I am now paying for labor that is not going to another human. This doesn't make any sense. So that's where it breaks for me. Like before, what would happen is it's like the cotton gin, right? Which is like a hard truth, is the cotton gin and its connection to slavery and the ending of slavery may have come from a capitalistic element, right? In some regard. Like, but you have the cotton gin, and so you have this creation of this thing that then eliminates the labor, right? Okay, good. Now we're free to do other things. But in this case, it's selling the concept of labor back to us in compute cycles and production of a work output. And that's where I think everything is breaking down. Where before, the labor aspect was eliminated. If that makes any sense. Like the loom is like, bam, we can now produce textiles super fast, right? And suddenly it's like, okay, now we don't even need people to do that anymore. And the quality is better and all these other aspects are improved. And so it's just like, bam, textiles explosion. And now we have like, we can thread different things and we could do all this stuff like we could never do before at rates we could never do before. But I'm curious when universal payment comes into play. I don't know. That in itself has other problems too. So we're in a weird situation. I mean, ultimately, some shift in what capital means. Where the idea of monetary commerce shifts. Because prices were I just don't know. I don't know. Star Trek never explored the transition state. Yeah, it always seemed to be like it was overnight. It was like, oh, we just kind of figured it out. And and we're kind of stuck waiting for the tree editor. Again, I feel we're at a threshold with performance here where similarly, the loom and the industrial revolution occurred over decades, and there was disruption. Yes, but again, it was the elimination of labor and not the sublimation of it, wherein so part of the price equation of something paid for labor. And now we're paying a price for something that is not, it is outputting a human acceptable, like, oh, this is like, I'm using an LLM, I'm using whatever, and now it's like I have an assistant, but there's no assistant, but I'm paying for it as if I did have one. And that's where it's like, I don't know. I think the other thing too is this stuff can't maintain the prices that it's got for it realistically. And so there's that aspect of it as well. I think that there's also this kind of attitude of shutting things down. There's a lot of like diehard on all sides of this, and there's no open conversation about this. And we can also be 100% confident that none of our representatives in any of our governments have any of our interests in line with any of this. And so whatever legislation they bring to pass, in my opinion, will only further the growth of this. We're seeing this right now with Trump. So, I don't know. Circling back, Taco Bell can't maintain its prices. No, not unless they start having a little robot that assembles the fucking food. And then if that's the case, where are we getting, like, this is the thing, like, this is this weird cycle. It's happening so fast. Where are we getting the money to then pay for the robot to do the thing? Like, where is it all going to come from? And all of this stuff has a deflationary,
Shut up and take my money.
Like, we can thank it all for existing because it does have a deflationary effect. But at the same time, where's the capital going to come from? Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, Medusa, for bit. Money's made up. Yeah. I mean, that's true of anything. That's like, have you looked at your own hand kind of thinking, right? Where it's like, oh, have you ever looked at your own hand? Like, it's like, well, everything's made up. It's like, well, yeah, that's true. 100%. And we all have these agreements about how all that stuff works. And it's supposed to work certain ways, you know. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Except they don't. That's the thing. This is always what happens. It feels like they're unstoppable. And then you watch it all crumble and you're like, of course it would have. Of course, Google would eventually, its SEO dominance would be completely overwhelmed by an AI sludge. And of course. And it's like, no, I'm sorry. If you were in the 2000s and you thought that, people would have laughed at you if you're openly saying AI is going to be disrupted by, or Google's going to be disrupted by this like generated language stuff. What the fuck are you talking about, man? You know, like, and so the same thing with the LLMs and everything is like, oh, this will never ever get disrupted. And it's like, well, actually it will. But I also think that I think what we're seeing is, I think honestly the things that are happening in Iran right now may very well spell a bubble burst for a lot of the AI stuff, because it's so energy dependent in a number of ways. And the cost of crude and everything, which ironically the US sets, I don't know, they're the inventors deliver. Yeah. I do see, I don't know. I'm not sure where it all goes. What's it all about, Alfie? What's it all about, Alfie? It's hard to predict. I mean, this is typical of anything. When an organization is large and established, it's hard to pivot in the face of disruptive tech. Yeah. The one thing that is for certain with the language stuff right now is you have Cursor and all that stuff, and they're still dependent on these models. And so what I think you're going to see is OpenAI is then going to change their terms of their agreements, and suddenly Cursor no longer can do its thing. And then OpenAI says, hey, guess what we got? Our own Cursor. That's like a guaranteed outcome of this, because that's the move for enchinification. That's like the common pattern for it, right? That's just how they do these things. And so they've app stored the LLM concept. And they're gonna, start to change, like Apple does it all the time. Oh, we have our own maps now, so we're gonna nuke every competitor, and so on. So I'm sitting here just waiting for everything to process. This is real crappy. I feel like I'm at a point here where I want to fix this. Okay, we're all the way to 10. We're going to go to 23. China's already cloned Grok and is giving away for free. Claude doesn't allow third-party agent clients. Google just started blocking if you're not using their agent system. No, there's no hijacking going on. I'm literally waiting on my computer right now because of my shitty code. At least it's not crashing. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. And it's not necessarily like the code's shitty. It's really the data structure's just bad. So here's the deal. What I need to do is, I think we got to get rid of the resource stuff. Oh, is the rendering, is the what's my CPU look like? It's kind of there. But I think there needs to be more conversation about it and postulation and stuff. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's really hard to play a futurist with this, though, and predict. And I think like I'm more optimistic bit than the thing you sent, because I've seen a breakdown of that report that you sent, and I disagree. I think the AGI thing is a load of fucking hokum nonsense. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. I don't know if that's the one that talks about that, like sentience or anything. I just don't think that this is what leads to that. Now maybe pairing with a biological component might make it happen. Where we literally connected into like a brain. But I think we land in the middle. Yeah, I do think that we have undiagnosed psychoses with LLMs already, where people are losing their minds because of it. Were they prone to possibly having that happen already? Yes. But I think what we might be revealing is that there's a part of the human mind that is exploitable. And what it is, I think. Now here's my hot take. We are all sharing in a shared psychosis. The thing that Medusa said, where everything's just made up, I agree completely. And what you see in differences in culture and all that stuff is agreed upon. This is what's real and this is what's not real. And it's all shared hysterics. And we're all sharing a hallucination in the sense that we all agree that these things are okay and not okay. And what we're seeing is the streamlining of getting into someone's brain through LLM and reconfiguring that this is what's real and this is what's not real very quickly. And so that's where I think maybe more focus needs to be. And I mean, I think that probably we're going to find out for personal use in terms of having a conversation with a non-human, this stuff is worse than cigarettes. And we just don't know it yet. Yeah. You know what's kind of wild is the joints start to look like the way the leaves should be patterned. All right, I'm going to let this cook for a second. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll put on the cats again. Calvin come out? Oh no! I didn't realize Bud was here. It never played the video. Well, never mind. Okay, so this finished. What are we at? Okay, let's save the tree. Save the tree leader. And if I do this and I build this using resources and I say I'm going to move away from it, then suddenly we're dealing with like, oh God. What a majestic Irad. I was talking about you. Your typing game. That's still your main thing, right? Yeah, let me show you the tree in action. Yes, we finished that. Oh, you did? Is it on Steam or are you getting ready for launch or what's the deal with that? Here it is. In all its choppy glory. This is the bottom rung.
Take my money.
This is the bottom rung, and then we're going to be putting more and more rungs on here. We got to focus on performance. Once we have this rolling, FPS is tanked. I'm sure the stream is screwed up right now. Process step is enormous. And so these are the things we're going to have to look at as we get this going, but we're getting it. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to try, and on this extension, we're going to load the other lumbers with the branches closer together, and I'm going to do them into thirds. And I believe it's not wedged. I want to say final big. I want to say it's this one. You know, one way I can find out for certain is to load open the folder and look at the branches and the dates on the files. I saw you playing Valheim. Do you play Valheim with someone? I have a copy of Valheim now. Oh, it's a Valheim. Oh, Valheim, you say. Oh, it's a Valheim. Final big. So we'll load 3 final bigs on here. Just like in Star Wars. I've indeed been playing Valheim. 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 You like those joints, baby? You like that? Does that do it for you? I have a server running. We're playing with Conrad. Ah! Oh, it's a Valheim. Oh, yeah, it's a Valheim server. And we're going to want to do this in thirds. But yeah, I'd join. I'd Valheim it. Valheim. So now we want to divide this up into thirds. So what would the math on that be? Do I just pi by 3? He's been asking. Yeah, he's been asking me too. I am on Linux. I'm using Omarchi. A game about cutting trees, Pug Guy. 100%. Here's the pitch. You want the pitch? Maybe I should be working on the edited video for the pitch. Is that what I should be doing right now? Because this is this is using some compute here. Maybe we should work on that. What's a good editing program on Linux? Is it DaVinci? Is that what we want to use? I have DaVinci Resolve on here. This is the pitch for the game. Give me just a moment. Oh, looks like we lettered it in. Here's the pitch. I'm agnostic when it comes to operating systems. I think they all suck for many different reasons. I think we peaked, man. Honestly, if I'm to call it, I would say we peaked around XP, maybe 7, although I never used 7 for Windows. And with Mac OS, I would say it was Snow Leopard. And it's just been all downhill since. I'm not even bullshitting. That's my opinion on operating systems. In terms of Linux, Linux is in sort of like a Bronze Age when it comes to desktops. I think that what Linux needs, and it's starting with Omarchi and some other things, is like the very opinionated, this is what it should be when it comes to the design of the. Now you have this with distros, but they're all playing it safe and they're very corporate-y. And I feel like that's the mistake. That's how you get your Fedoras and your Ubuntus and stuff like that. And I think we're finally starting to see a little bit more back to like artisanal distros. But this is the basic pitch for the game is you've got a tree in a yard. It's a very you call it like a low drop zone. I don't know why my internet is so trash right now. Quality 140p. What is going on? And so you're climbing a tree, you're in the tree, you got ropes on the branches, you're trying to cut the tree down and fall the branches in a way where it doesn't hit the surrounding property and stuff. So you got like a house you don't want it to hit, you got all that kind of stuff. And so this is the goal of this, is to have these sort of moments in the game.
This tree is not falling over. That took a lot of drag out of this thing. Luckily I had that one channel right there.
And then if it's a co-op game, you got a guy down at the bottom and he's helping mulch and you got that going on, and then you've got cool tools to move the branches around and throw them into the mulcher.
That was awesome, dude.
Get the mulching into the truck.
It's like windy again.
Wasn't gonna be happening. All right, let's see how this first.
Yeah, and so you got this little thing here. You pick up the branches with it. So you got this like device that you're controlling, this hardware here. You pick up branches and you're moving them over, getting them out of the yard or wherever they are, and getting them mulched. And so it's my pitch is Power Wash Simulator, but for cutting down a tree. Essentially the same vibe as Power Wash Simulator, but just about tree cutting.
I'm ready.
That's the pitch. That's what we're going for. We have a lot of the sort of tech stack figured. It's just taking some time. Vertigo, yeah. But I fell because I suck. Stick around, Pug. You'll feel better about yourself watching me suck. Oh, God. Not like that. Not like that. You pervs.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
That's exactly it. Level 17 has dogs in the yard. You have to avoid squishing them. Particle system for the wood chipper. Yeah, the wood chipper I'm going to cheat a lot with. It's just going to have, we're going to have a mesh at the bottom that we push up with noise. And that's like the wood chips growing, and then we particle emit chips coming out of the chipper, and then we just have this slowly growing pile. And it's just a mesh we're pushing up. I don't know. I don't like how some people nowadays are just using AI to code for them. Like I have a friend who uses AI to code literally everything. He only knows basic Lua, but is making a whole C# programs with only AI, and they're really low quality. I mean, so long as they, if they know, the thing is AI is a wonderful tool. It's only going to push things as far as you can push it. Right? I think that's a big part of it. I think that there's this idea that it can like outthink you. And I don't know that that's necessarily really what's happening. And yeah, I think you can get, there's an illusionary power with it that if you know how, it's like when you read the news and you take it as the truth and you're like, oh, okay. And then you read an article about something you really understand. Like maybe your thing is trains or it's programming or something about video games. And you read an article that is published from some distribution that clearly doesn't even know what the fuck a video game is. And then suddenly you're reading the article and you're like, wait a minute. They don't know what they're talking about. That's the way it is with AI. If you know the thing that it's like helping you with, you're like, you're almost there, but you're off by this. That's what it feels like. And I think the balancing act is how much is it helping me and how much is it hindering me? Hang on a second. Hang on a second, guys. Something's going on. The two dogs are in the living room together, and it sounds like they're zooming. How do you feel about Flax Engine? I've only ever made games in Roblox Studio. I'm thinking about making games in Flax Engine. I've never even heard of that. Let me see. Yeah, I would have to look into it. Flax is installable on Steam, right? I think I've seen that. I think if we divide tau by 3 and then multiply the number of the, or we do it, we just add it. So we, tau divided by 3 then times the number. If you're new to games development, just know that you're entering, and if you're new to programming, it's not easy. It's hard, and you're going to run into a lot of problems, and you're going to have to push through them, and you have to build a muscle for that. And it sucks at first. And there's no getting around that, I don't think. Some people just have aptitudes towards things, so maybe for them it's easier. But you're going to keep hitting friction and problems that you have to sort of overcome. And you'll do it. It's just, it just takes a while. And you're going to always run into this, like early on in learning, you're going to run into this problem of like, you don't even know why something's not working. You don't have a clue as to why it's not working, and you have no idea how to fix it. And that's just like something you just gain resilience against as you learn to program. I knew Lua, Eiffel, and C++, but I'm not that good at C++. Yeah. If something seems to make sense for you, I mean, just go for it. You're going to pick your tools and get used to them. I would say if you're using any engine, you need to be aware of the licensing restrictions that are with it. And you need to know whether or not you're stepping on to something that's going to be a rug pull. So just kind of be aware of those things. And as sweet a deal as some engines may promise you when they're new, just be aware that all of it might just disappear one day. With some of these newer engines, people are betting their entire business on it. And then the engine just one day just goes away, and now suddenly they can't even release. So you just got to be a little bit careful about that kind of stuff. Love 2D. Yeah, Love 2D is what Balatro was built on. So Balatro was Lua with Love 2D. So you can release a complete game that's very successful with what you already have abilities in. So maybe if you're thinking 2D, maybe then look into Love 2D. While we're waiting on this, I'm going to investigate the performance on process. So let's look at our code and see wherever we're hitting process. So we have physics process, tree editor we have process. Looks like we've commented everything out there. Lumber joint we have physics process. Audio debug there's process. Audio has process as well. And then we have this test here. Physics process. Phantom cameras running process. I guess the first place would be to look here. Oh, we're doing the offset for the wind texture. So we could get rid of that. All right. We're going to set 0. Let's go ahead and save the tree. Oh, snap. Oh. I was like, it's broken. This is going to be tree 11. Tree 11, guys. Oh. Do 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 do. Bodily and psychological horror over the course of a few months to a year. So we've got tree 11. So we're sharing. Unreal is a beast. Unreal has all of its defaults set to like 11. So part about learning Unreal is to learn how to it's not even optimize, it's how to like reduce. It's like taking out the engine and putting in a slower one, basically. Not slower, but more it's not performance if it can't perform well, right? But it's got everything jacked up. Godot's the opposite. Godot is like unoptimized. The lighting defaults are awful. Every single thing that you want, you have to turn on and manage yourself. So if I do tau divided by 3 times, see, I thought I did this. Tau divided by 3 times 2. So now we are we in equal thirds? It looks like it. Me and a friend decided to do Unreal Game right when they went free. His computer struggled mightily. Tau SETI. That's going to be a big thing for 2 reasons. One is for Hail Mary, the Project Hail Mary movie, and then the other thing is the new Bungie game, which is a remake, or not a remake, but it's a continuation of one of their earlier games, pre-Halo. There's so many engines, I have no idea which to choose, like Flax, Unreal, Godot, Cocos, Love 2D, Love, Construct, GDevelop, etc. Again, if you already have, reduce your friction as much as you can. If you already are capable in Lua, then Love 2D might be the way to go. The process of making a game is nearly the same thing. It's the real thing is the game loop, right? You accept new inputs, you change the state of the world, and you draw that to the screen. That's a video game. How you do all that, you know, is all those other things. So the question is, like, what is the thing that is going to give you the most, like, what is the thing that's like you're skating rather than you're running? And if you already have knowledge of Lua, then Love 2D might be the way to go. All right, so let's save And what I'm going to do is save this as a new scene. Just have this run fast. Because I have a feeling if I try to run this right now, we are going to be in a nightmare hellscape of slowness. Say branch as scene. We're going to save it as test tree. Love 2D, default. Yeah. I would just start messing around, put them through their cycles, start messing around, see which one you like. You know? You can seek advice from people, but you really got to go with your gut on it. Figure out the workflows for them, see if you like them or not. And I think we might crash. Godot is greater than Unity. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any background in C#, don't start. I'm kidding. But Unreal has blueprints. And if you're struggling with C++ and you don't want to have to learn something else on top of it with like a visual programming language like Blueprints, then you want to stay away from Unreal. Again, it's all overhead on, like, the process of making a game is hard enough. All right, so here's our tree scene. If I'm to load it up on its own. Hey, buddy, are you going to unplug the computer? Can you get out of here? Scoot, scoot, scoot. Hey, bud, I don't want you shutting things off. Here you go. You got to lay down if you're going to be in here. Just relax, man. Hey, no. Stop going underfoot. Okay? Boy. Whatever you choose, you just have to buckle in and you'll know you'll be climbing. Yeah. You know, there's videos. I made a game in 24 hours. All that shit. Just, you know, just avoid it. Like, there's so much stuff that's going to discourage you in the braggadocious, like, portions of YouTube. You just kind of want to avoid seeing that stuff because it's just people just showing off the tricks. But yeah, scope is important, not to grow, to shrink. So if you scope out an idea, start working on it, and if you're having troubles achieving it, then shrink, 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 shrink. Don't do what I'm doing. You know what I need now is a tree editor. And here we are. It's like almost 2 months of me working on this whole thing. And now we're sitting here just waiting on the computer. Stop, buddy. I'm here and I'm petting you. I'm here and I'm petting you. Come on, dude. Stop. Oh. Yep, we're just stuck waiting. Calvin, stop. I wouldn't bet anything on Roblox though, dude. I would say Roblox is still not profitable. I wouldn't bet anything on Roblox. That's something that one day could just disappear. And frankly, it could just get regulated out of existence in enough countries where the whole thing falls apart. Because it's so connected to children and stuff. Man, I made this beautiful thing and I didn't save. But yeah, we're in a real think of the children phase of governing right now. And I would not connect myself to that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, I would say go for it. I would say, yeah, Bit, have a good one. Do your, scope out what it is you're imagining. Imagine playing it, paper prototype it as much as you can. Try and figure out any problems before you dive into certain things. And then go for development and take it slow. Everything's going to be hard at first. Yeah. Here I am stuck on this. Let's see when the tree saved last. Oh, there we go. All right. ASAP. Save the tree. I'll be right back. I gotta help my wife. This whole time I've been talking, nobody's been hearing me. It's fine. Yeah, guys, it's time. No, it's fine. It's fine. I know people lurk on me. It's exactly what. It's totally fine. Christ. Let's kill the Godot process. We're back. Reopening scenes. Taking an ass long. Excellent. Let's kill it again. Oh man, it heard me. It was like, oh god, okay. No, fine. Tree 11. Slowed up tree at 11. Oh God. Oh, the whole thing. There's missing elements. Why? Oh, it's shaking like crazy. It's falling apart. Oh, it exploded. Oh my God. Ah! It disintegrated into nothingness. Okay, let's turn off collision shapes. Hurricane simulator. I know the performance thing is the resources. It's literally yelling at me about this. All right, let's try tree 10. Ship it. It's perfect. So tree 10 is fine. At least what we have built of it. So our problem is primarily due to the fact that we were using resources as an export that we then interacted with for the development of the tree. That's contributing to the problem. Because all those resources exist in the run scene. We then are taking those parameters and then applying them to the actual elements on the scene. So we need to bypass all of that. And like I said, I want to serialize saving and loading to a resource, but as I'm working on it, I'm not doing it on a resource. So the exports will exist on the lumber. And I think what I'll do is I'll use a setter.
Oh, that's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool.
Deflux, what's up? And it looks like we're being raided. What's going on here?
I can't believe you've done this.
Desi Red, thank you for the raid. Hello, how are you? Desired. I'm sorry. Is it desired? And I'm an idiot? It's probably desired and I'm an idiot. What were you working on today? What brings you here? Or is it Desi Red? It's desired. Yep. So I'm an idiot. Thanks for letting me know how much of an idiot I am. How do I where? Oh, you're still streaming. That's why I'm so confused. Okay. Turn the cam off. Zip your pants up 3 hours ago. Here we go. C#.net game controller. Nice. So are you rolling from scratch? What are you using for the draws and everything? Are you doing something like SDL or Raylib or something? Working on an app. Oh, I see. That plays tones based on controller inputs. Gotcha. Sweet. SDL, nice. Well, we were going to get raided because I'm about to break everything. That was a guarantee raid. We're working on a game where you can cut a tree. This is a collection of rigid bodies connected with joints. And so gravity and all those things, the engine is doing all of that work. May have to step away is using SDL2 factory pattern to implement like 10 different sound libraries. Patterns. Those must be nice. Those are probably good. Anyways, yes, it's a work in progress. There's a lot of stuff that's broken. We just had, I can show you the explosion of the tree that I just worked on in a little bit, or a little bit ago. Here's what it is when it first spawns. All the gravity kind of pulls everything down. It's a little wiggly at first, and then everything sort of like smooths out. All right, yeah, nice to meet you too. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Much love. Oh, I got to give you a follow as well. I don't think I'm following. Let me go ahead and get that figured. There we go. Yeah, no problem. All right. So yeah. Let's reassess something here. Okay? The whole reason I built what I built for the tree editor is because in Godot with rigid bodies, I can't use inheritance. If I could use inheritance, then positionings for everything would be relative, and I wouldn't even have any of these problems that I'm experiencing. But because the rigid bodies just have to exist, and I need the joints to be relative to only one, but connect to the other, and all these weird things kind of have to happen, I'm sort of like up against the way the engine does its thing. So my solution was to build a resource that I would use as like the editor for the tree. And where this is a problem is that let's look at our lumber here. So we have a reference to, this is where it all breaks down. We have this export resource right here that we're then pointing that this resource that we create, that we have all these signals for and everything, is in here. There's a reference to it in the lumber. This has to go away. Okay? So we got to get rid of that. Now, the reason I set it up that way is so that I could literally just click on in the editor in our tool in Godot, I could click on a branch and just start changing these properties that are part of the save and the load of the file. Now, I could easily just put the tree back. So let's look at this. I'm kind of rubber ducking this right now. We have this right here, tree. If I were to set this back to an export, I would have access to all these elements that we're saving and loading. So if I go back here, I click off, click back on, we have tree. And if I load one of these trees here, tree 10, this has all the hierarchy of what we kind of need. Now I could also just load tree 10 on its own, right? Right here. And this is it. Now we can break this out into its own window, but like if I increase the extensions, then this list here increases. These are all the pieces of lumber that come off the base, the trunk of the tree. And I increase that number, and the length of the tree grows, and the joints and everything are created automatically, right? Now, if I can tie clicking here to highlighting the related thing here, that would be great, but I can't. What I could do is manipulate, if we were just viewing it as, let me show you. I'm coming up with something that might work with what I have instead of having to refactor all over again. Let's give this a moment to open. I'll show you what I mean. Any second now it'll load. This is that performance. This is the Cricut performance we've all come to know and love. I'm trying, Wallaber. We're getting there, man. And I do have bad news. I'm not going to be able to stream on Tuesday. It's been rough. Lots of stuff with the kids going on. Weather's changing. All these things sort of play into whether or not I can stream. I would like to try and start streaming in the morning, but I don't even think I'm going to be able to pull that off. Those darn kids. Oh, I know what's going on here. I don't think we'll ever finish loading. I could be wrong. Oops. Just for sanity's sake, we're going to kill this and start over. So what I'm thinking is, if I only show everything as a collision body in the editor, I don't need to do the mesh or anything like that. And then what I can do is, when we're working on a particular branch, I can have a button that says, like, highlight this branch. And then one thing you can't control in the Godot editor is you can change the color of the collision wireframe. And so when I press that button, like the whole tree could be blue, and I press that button, and then bam, I know what branch I'm kind of looking at. I could do it that way. That's what I was thinking. But obviously I'm trying to do that right now and just load this in here, and all hell was breaking loose. I'll try again here with a restart. By the way, I think I have closed captioning going again on the stream. I'm wondering how it looks. I'm going to check for myself. Not available for this content. All right, so I have the tool in place. Captioning enabled. Oh, it's got the wrong mic. Caption source is mic. Heard on stream. Well, it should be working, but it's not. All right. Okay. All right. I'll take a look at it again. I may end up having to build my own OBS. Yeah, so essentially it would look like if we go here and we go show hide meshes, and let's change the ground to something brown. So this is easier to see. Or gray. How about gray? That's better. And if we imagine that we're not showing all the joints in here. Right. And we just saw the conic output. Then when we select something in the data structure of our resource for the tree, we could then show the resulting thing. Otherwise, I spent a month trying to some audio transfer stuff for Hypnotic. Now it works. The subs are all of a sudden working. So this auto subtitling AI is not as good as the one I used to use. The best one is, you find it, live local vocal. This is the bomb, guys, if you want your own for your stream. This model is small and it works great. I just can't get the plugin to work on my installation OBS on Arch right now. So I got to figure out, and that's because they don't have, I have to build from source because they only have the like .deb files and stuff like that. That's weird. It wasn't working this whole time, but that's nice. See, that's good AI. Very good AI. Pat, pat, pat. That's what we want, right? So otherwise, what we have is a branch here. And then see the whole reason for the resource, though, is because we have to set, like, we have to build the tree out a very programmatic way. We have to control that so the joints and everything are working right, and our grain is pointing the right way, and all of this stuff works for the cutting and all of this, right? We have to have this. This must exist for the way that I'm doing it. So yeah, so I think what we're left with is we take out resource from the lumber. And I'm begging myself, wondering, why is it in lumber anyways? Why is it here? I don't understand why I have that. So let's do some research. Resource is a ref counted, it's not an object. It is a resource. It can be text, it can be anything in Godot that's like a texture or an audio file is a resource. but you can also make your own resources. The tricksy part of resources is that you cannot reference your classes or anything in the Godot API in the resource. So you're trapped to the variants of Godot for resources and other resources. But then the other thing about resources is you can save them as binary or non-binary file formats. Ultimately, you would probably want to be using binary for like a release or whatever. But resources are incredibly useful for developing certain kinds of tooling for your game. But I've got this weird incestuous connection between resources and the scene tree that typically is done on a load or something like that. And I am trying to adjust everything in real time with all this stuff because I'm trying to make it into this thing that then does the not proc gen, but shoot, what's the term? The programmatically created elements of the tree. Those have to be controlled because of the physics and the way that everything has to be pointing certain ways and the bodies have to be a certain way and all this kind of stuff. And then suddenly that's where we get this glorious, oh my God, it looks like a tree bouncing in the wind. And all of a sudden it all kind of just like comes together, right? So, and I'm so fucking close. That's the part. But let's take a look at our lumber and see if see right here, we're doing resource. Why? Do we ever touch this again? No, literally we don't. This doesn't need to be here. Let's get rid of it. Oh my God, if this fixes the loading speed stuff, oh my gosh. Okay, so then let's go over to lumber and we'll get rid of it here because we don't need it. Was that it? Was that it? Is this going to suddenly just be fine? I have a good feeling about this, but I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to be so mad if suddenly it's like way more performant. Crosses all limbs. Excellent. All right, let's load. Well, let's just make sure we can load. Load. Okay, it's still taking some time. I haven't been timing the load. I should be printing that out. I'm doubting my doubts. I did. We're waiting. We're waiting. Lies. Don't believe his lies. Is there anything in lumber we broke when we did this? No. What was what? Task manager? Oh, it's BTOP. It's called BTOP. But yeah, it's the task manager. So this is the timeline of the CPU right here. Network activity is here, and then RAM is here. The different pages and stuff like that are here. And then I think there's one you can bring up the GPU stuff as well if you want. Then we have like a refresh speed here. We can adjust how often we're refreshing. And then you can change the sort orders and all that stuff. So like, and you can close and change any of these windows. So like we can sort by threads. Process ID. I usually have it on CPU lazy because it gives the best average. And then you can change the tree so you can view the tree of everything. And then you can filter. So I could just say Steam. I don't know why I wasn't doing that before. I can go like OBS or Godot. See, look at this. We have 2 pipes going for Godot pipe. That's probably why our LSP is busting all the time. I don't know. Anyways. All right, so we loaded the tree up. It still took an ass long. My guess, though, is that error about the space being a problem is going to go away. Nope. It's still complaining about that. There's the tree. Not much is different. I can't really tell a difference on the load time either. But let's try working on the tree and see if that's any better, because that would be a good hint as to maybe something's better about it. So if we select this extension, oh, see, now we can't work on it. So if we did it this way, we would be resolved to having to use the resource. So having a reference as an export to the resource itself here and going in there and making our changes there. So it would look like tree would be public or an export, sorry. We click off this, we go here, and then we have access to tree. And then this is where we'd make our changes to the tree, and we'd have to create a tool to highlight, change the color of the specific collision shape to indicate that we're working on that one. Not too bonkers of a thing to have to do. I believe I'm setting the color somewhere in here. But maybe I only did it in the, I think it's on here, on the rigid body itself. It may be on the collision mask, which I'm actually not seeing. It's not a part of the, here's our lumber mesh. The actual collision mesh isn't showing up in our, here's a collision shape. Set editable instance, owner. We didn't set owner to self. So if we do self and we reload, then we would see the collision shape. And we could hide the joints and the mesh. And then we would just have the collision shape show up. Dimitri, progress is there. It's coming along, Dimitri. I can show you we'll load up this real quick. You'll see the tree bounce in. There we go. So we're working on some issues with, that we're trying to kind of tackle. But we're getting there. I'm going to call Dimitri Trimitri. Trimitri. Okay. That loaded a lot quicker. Light phasing through head. You know what I should do? I should put some green marker on my head so I just have a hole in my head. There's nothing there. It's East Hollow. And we're just sort of waiting right now. The old cricket wait. All right, we're going to kill it. Try again. Turning on the fan, boys, it's getting hot in here. Learning don't come free. Dimitri, well, that loaded up damn fast. Why did that load so fast? Is it maybe that my changes actually did work, but it just took a minute? Or that because it's a tool and we all know how weird tools can be in Godot, that played a factor in it? I don't think so. But mayhaps it did. Mayhaps it did, ladies and gentlemen. Mayhaps it did. So then what I'm saying here is, so now we have the collision shape. There's our debug color. So we can change the collision shape's debug color. I mean, there's less in the scene tree this way. If we do this. And I hide all of it. Right? So maybe that's one of the reasons why it's popping in so fast. So let me close and reopen again. Maybe the Godot editor, I've never done really big scene elements like this, and I'm procedurally generating it. So maybe the Godot editor just gets slower when it has a lot of elements inside a node on the IDE. I mean, I know that's true of the Godot itself anyways. Not leaking. I mean, we've all had problems leaking before, right, guys? So they say to shake, but I've learned that the squeeze is the better way to do it. I never knew that, but you heard it from me. You don't want to shake, you want to squeeze, which, you know, if somebody's glancing at you, it's going to be a little awkward. But yeah. Cricket's getting hot. Me, it's raining freezing hailstones. Okay, so now suddenly it's fast. What happens if we just add a branch? Oh, I can't now. That's right. Okay. What if I could select it? What if I could select it, right? And what if when I select it, there's a button that says find the resource, and then we just go there. Is that even possible? Is that even possible to make that element active in the scene inside the, I don't think so without an add-on. God bless it. So then what we'll do is, like I said, we're going to hide the meshes. Oh, everything just disappeared. So we do need the collisions to show up. Okay. Now, before we set the owner to your mom, and that worked really well. So maybe we'll do that again. We'll set the owner to your mom. Let's stupid cricket. Just need to go back to C coding. Perhaps Dimitri. I mean, it's undeniable that some of the most successful indie games right now are from scratch. A lot of the really successful ones are Sans Engine. Ignoring Slay the Spire, which is currently, what, there's like 2 million copies so far for Slay the Spire 2. Godot. No money having to be shared with Unity on that banger. 200,000 concurrent players. Sans Engine. Which one's that one? Sans Engine. We should make a lightweight video game engine called the Sans Engine. It's called C. It is called C, my friend. Man, Cakes, seeing that success for Cakes is so heartwarming. I'm bare metal. I'm just like 8 levels above that. Is it true that Amazon lost a bunch of orders because of some AI generated code? Someone's got to solder those chips, man. We got to breadboard this problem. And we're just stuck here right now. So let's go ahead and kill it again. This is my life right now. This is how things are for me. Hasn't been touched in 10 years. Yeah. Tree 11. Whoa. Okay, so now we can select Wild how that works. And we're not showing the outline, and we hide the meshes. We have the outline, and we can select. Hey, you.
Dinner's ready.
It does give us a number though.
You want to keep going? It's really fine because we haven't had a lot of time this weekend. But if you want to stop, you can.
I guess I'll keep going just because I feel, it's the weekend. I should be with the kids, but I'm literally going to be with them for 4 days straight.
You were with them all day yesterday.
Right.
Do you want me to take this?
Mm-hmm.
Let me know if you need anything for this.
Okay.
Oh, so Rubble is freaking out. He's outside just barking like something horrible is happening, right? And so I go out the door and he's in the yard barking this way. And I look over, there's a horse. There's a guy on a horse in the neighbor's driveway talking to them. And he's just like, what the fuck is that? Freaking.
It's like, it's a beast. There's a beast in the yard. Everyone come. All right. Rope memories for wimps. Rope memory. Rope memory is what they use for the Apollo program, right? For their computers. Bob, have you seen those videos of those guys getting the computers working again for them? And the printouts of the landing programs that were almost like lost forever. Is that the channel? There's lots to not know in the world, as much as there is to learn. I mean, this is beautiful. I love the way this looks. Is this the game? Are we cutting future trees down? All right. So we do have some identifiers here. But let's say we go here and we have this. And we go into one of these. Would we be able to detect that we have selected said element? Is there a signal for that? I have no clue. It wouldn't be on the resource. Okay. Yeah, the guy who works at SpaceX did all the core rope memory downloader. That's wild. That's right. It was on the memory still. That's how they got it. Oh, I forgot about that. That is so cool. So it's like solid state. And it makes sense that it would need to be able to be persistent. Because, if you lost power, if something like messed up and it had to restart, it would just be at the state it was at. Yeah, Dimitri, yeah. We've got artichoke here, and then a chicken sandwich my wife made. Chimkin. It's a chimkin sandwich. So if we can't highlight it, then we could just have a button that says highlight. And then it would show us what. But it's kind of a pain in the butt. I'm not going to lie, to do it that way. It would be nice to just be able to click on it and it's just like, oh yeah, it's this one. It was persistent. I remagnetized the ferret core every right. Wait, what? What do you mean I, Dimitri? What? Tiny said the sweetest thing when I gave him dinner. He says, I like to have a bite of this once. Oh, like he liked it. See, I'm missing out on that right now. I mean, I was there. I'm over 100 years old. Small little bug flipping. Oh my God. That's awesome. I am 100 years old. Oh my gosh. I met I forget which astronaut it was. It wasn't Apollo 11. Mike Collins was he was the one who went around the moon while they but it was someone else who didn't step foot on the moon, but was the pilot that was, orbiting. And I don't know. I was a little kid. I didn't know what to say. It was really weird. He was at a mall doing signatures or something. I have the picture somewhere. I got to track it down. Okay. So, from the perspective of we're trapped in the world of resources. Is there signals from the editor? Because we have, we do have editor interface. So it may be possible to grab oh, we'll do this. It may be possible to grab from editor interface a notification that we selected something. Methods. So we don't have any signals here, but there may be more from a parent. There's no overrides, so we can't get it that way either. Okay, and we just straight up inherit object from there. So this does provide access to editor, file system, resource preview, and script editor. A node to generate previews of resources or files. Preview invalidated is the only signal we have access to. And it inherits, this is weird. It inherits node, even though, okay. Script editor. Editor setting, editor paths, undo, redo, manager, editor inspector. Properties in the same order they're returned. Signals. Edited object changed. Hold on a second. Object ID selected. Get edited object. Emitted when the edit button of an object has been pressed in the inspector. This is mainly used in the remote scene tree inspector. Okay, we're getting close. Property deleted. Property edited. Emitted when a property is edited in the inspector. So I'm guessing this fires all the time when I do something like this. So let's try and connect to that and see if we get anything. Resource selected. Emitted when a resource is selected in the inspector. Oh my God. That's exactly what we need. Hell yeah. Yeah, Michael Collins was the orbital pilot. Yeah. Yeah, I watched First Man recently. I didn't know anything about Armstrong's daughter. I had no idea about any of that. That was interesting to learn. Dimitri, I'd be curious what you think about all the Artemis 2, like Artemis in general, and everything that's going on. It looks like they're trying to move toward a more Apollo-driven approach, because I forget which press conference I was watching, but they were talking about how every 3 years to launch, it's just causing them to get rusty over time, and it's just not a solid way. Any number of things can go wrong. You need to be prepared for those things, and you need experience preparing for them and all of that stuff. And so they're taking a more, after 2, between 2 and what was going to be 3, they're now going to have like a dozen missions. But I also feel like there's a lot of like potential, because it's starting to get privatized in a way that's new, that there might be a lot of back scratching going on for private companies. Anyways, so what were we saying? So we have resource selected. So this comes from editor inspector. You're not suggesting corruption. It's not like the guy heading NASA right now worked for Musk or anything, or has deeper connections to Musk than anyone else. Who suddenly, but damn, man, the stuff about the Boeing, the Boeing capsule. It was like the nerd equivalent of just all the stuff they had to say about it was wild. So editor interface. So how do we get editor interface? So we were saying editor resource preview. Was that where I found the, no. It was editor inspector. So we want to grab from editor interface. We want to get inspector. Get inspector. Okay. Not a problem. So we'll do that at the start. And we'll just register for resource pressed. I do think it's wild, though. Sorry, Raid run earlier. No problem. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't really care as long as it's not monopolized. The safety and inspection checks are signed off with blind eyes. Yeah, I feel like they're going in the right direction, and it just feels like the more transparency, and this is just the current everything, but the more transparency they're bringing to it now, the more the news is amplifying, they're gonna die, and there's this major problem. And it's like, no, we're just trying to be transparent, guys. And so you're seeing how the sausage is made now, or we're being a little bit more verbose about it. And you guys are like, YouTube is the worst about it. The YouTubers are capitalizing on all the open information, and they're loving it because they get to make their spin videos and freak out videos and stuff. But, there's it's doomed and all that stuff. That's all getting worse now because they're being more open, it seems like. Resource selected. So resource selected, we're going to get back. It's over. No. I'm so psyched, though. April 1st, I think, is the current window they're shooting for the next launch. 6:30. I think it's a Friday. And if it's not going to be on the 1st, then they have a window for the 2nd. So it's exciting. I'm excited. Please clap. Resource selected. Mini Cricket's excited, yeah. We watched the PBS documentary about the ISS, and they got super into all of that stuff. And they were kind of bummed to find out that it's gonna end up burning up in the atmosphere in 2030 or roughly around then. RES path. Hopefully we get a space station around the moon, though. That would be very cool. The press were super snarky at the pressers. Yeah. There's like a couple of like independent outlets that are real pissy. And then I think there's a couple of former engineers there that are like kind of, I don't know what their role is when they were in there, but they're there kind of rattling things up, and maybe that's a good thing. If Bezos and his Orion crew manage to get a reusable rocket too, then at least there's some competition on the space ferries. Yeah, looking at the two solutions, it really seems like the Bezos solution for the lunar lander is a better choice than SpaceX's bonkers. We're going to launch a rocket into orbit around Earth, refill it 3 times full of fuel, and then send it to the moon. It's like, okay, dudes. It seems like overkill. Like it seems like the wrong approach. But I get concerned that we're not doing these hard things. And so I'm definitely cheering it on, because I feel like we're as a people, I worry about our abilities atrophying. And it's a genuine, like, I have a genuine fear that we might be regressing. And so I'm like, yes, let's go back to the moon. Yes, fine, let's do it. Yeah, we want to build a base. Let's do it. Let's do it. It's like a hard thing. Let's do this hard thing. For the moon, Bezos would be better, yes, but SpaceX has been a better approach for deep space. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I just, yeah, it doesn't seem like, because they weren't, and I mean, SpaceX has got to admit it, they were not looking at the moon. And so, and they're very clearly like trying to put together something that really isn't meant for the moon. And they've been very clear about that particular rocket, as far as I understand. And so it's not a better choice than, but I mean, yeah, the idea of a lunar base and all that, I'm really excited about all of it. You know, I have all these like older science books. You know, I have a couple that were published before Apollo even existed, and theorizing like what would a moon landing look like, and stuff, and it's really interesting to see that kind of stuff. But then it's really sad to look at the science books of the 80s, particularly the space books of the 80s, and their prediction of, okay, well, then we're going to get on the moon. We have the shuttle program, and we're going to do this and that and this and that, and all this great stuff's going to happen, and just none of it. And it's just like, man. And then the shuttle program's going away, and we're going to dump ISS in the ocean, and there's like nothing left. And it's like, we're just disassembling all of this stuff. And whether somebody disagrees with the shuttle program or not, it did have all these really important sort of experiments that could only be done in space. And so, I mean, it's all really good stuff. The ISS stuff, all really important. But it's just really sad to see everything sort of like unwinding. It feels like it's all falling apart and we're losing it all. And so, yeah, the commercial stuff, I'm eager to have that keep getting pushed, because it's like we're running out of these things. If all we can do is launch satellites into space, we're like going backwards. They get tired of duping money just to, yeah. Like if we had done it a little bit slower, maybe put somebody on the moon in the 80s or the 70s, or like gone a little bit slower. Maybe things would be the appetite would be different. The cost would be different. We're trying very hard to be the company from Aliens that's building Skynet. Oh man. Yeah. Okay, so now we have resource selected. Let's see if it works. We're going to close and reopen the tree editor. Okay, so the tree editor is broken because it didn't clear out. So something's busted. Let's find out. We have a parse error on 89. Oh, this is an array, so we need to enclose it in these little friends here. Let's close and reopen the tree editor again. Still busted. But yeah, I'm excited about it. I've always been really interested in the space program, and we're still busted. Let's go like this and reload. Expected end of statement found. I don't know what the issue is. I've got... What's it talking about? This is right. Oh, it's the S. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, so we cleared it out. If we go to the tree editor, we load a file. We're going to load this tree in. Yeah, the issue was I was doing %s for string to print the string out for the value. And then here I did %s as well instead of % for the translating the data into a string. Okay, so we're loaded up. Let's go ahead and clear this. Now we should see a print statement. And nothing like that is happening whatsoever. So, resource selected. Let's go back up there. Let's see if we're getting an editor inspector. When we load up the scene. Maybe we're in some sort of race condition. We are getting the editor inspector. Okay, so we are correctly getting that. Now, just to confirm, it is resource selected. Yes. So maybe my understanding of what this does is something different. How about emitted when the object is being edited by the inspector has changed? Let's do ID selected as well and see what we can get from that. So we will add that. Connect. Object ID selected. Func underscore object ID selected. ID int. Whoa. Void print. Object selected. ID. We are using editor interface elsewhere. Yeah, for the file doc. So we are talking to this and having success with it. Let's get rid of our print of, we don't need the orphan nodes anymore. We have that fixed. Let's clear this out. Nothing. Wait a minute. Okay. Object ID selected. A control used to edit properties of an object. This is the control that implements property editing in the editor settings dialogues. The inspector doc. Etc. To get the editor inspector used in the editor's inspector doc. That's what we're doing. Get inspectors up here. Right there. Editor inspector will show properties in the same order as the array returned by object get property list. If a property's name is path-like, it contains forward slashes. Editor inspector will create nested sections for directories along the path. For example, if a property is named highlighting GDScript node path color, it'll be shown as node path color. Edit object. Shows the properties of the given object in the editor in the inspector. Holy shit. So we might be able to do what I was talking about. Shows the properties of the given object in this inspector for editing. So I presume, what if it's in two different, if you want to edit an object in an editor's main inspector, use edit star methods in editor interface instead. Main inspector. Are we not, is this not the main inspector? Editor interface is the main, wait. Gives you control over the editor's window. Distraction free, movie maker enabled. Edit resource. This would do it. So long as we have the, okay. Edit script. Return the editor's selection instance. This object manages the scene tree selection in the editor. Okay. I'm spiraling. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get some tea. All right. So, keep our eyes on the prize here, guys. What are we doing this for? Once again, to restate, we can't use inheritance for our rigid bodies. We need the structure to be generated. So we're trying to do all this so we don't have to generate the joints and everything. It's done procedurally for us, programmatically. All right. We're presently using a resource system where we can extend the length of a branch pick one of those extensions, add more branches off of that extension. Multiple branches, right? Okay. All pretty clear. We seem to have narrowed down some of the performance issues that we were dealing with a little bit for the and for loading the tree. That doesn't seem to be always the case for some reason. But that was quicker, way quicker than what we've been experiencing. What we're trying to do now is, I guess, if we're in the resource here and I select something, I would love for us to be able to highlight, if we're showing everything as just this, we change the bounding color of the collision shape. That's a green shape that we have here. So that way we know which one we're selecting. Or if we could select it here like this, that it would then highlight or open the resource. I think that's our best bet. So let's try going down that route, because we should be able to get, when we click on something, we have get selection, editor selection, selection changed. So let's try that. Selection changed, connect. Selection changed. Funk. Give me something, guys. I need something. A large green plane in Godot with a cube for a reference. Feels like home. Doesn't this look cool though from below? Look at the look at that. It's pretty sweet. Anyways. So we're going to go close the editor, reopen it. There we go. Selection changed. So now we can get, when we choose something in here. So let's go ahead and load. See, I want to do the same thing over there. If I can do that over there, I don't have to do all this weirdness. I can tell it's a tree by the way it is. Okay, so now if I do this, we get selection changed. Excellent. Yes, okay. So this is going to be jank, but what I'm going to do is we can get the thing that we selected here, and then I'm going to look up what resource that is and force it to load in the inspector. So normally the behavior would be that we would show this here, right? But instead, when you select, I'm going to change what's in the inspector to show the resource values that equate to this particular part of the tree's extensions and branches and stuff. So that's the thinking. So what we can do is we can get selected nodes, get top selected nodes. What is the difference? Oh, because you can select multiples. Okay, so we'll just My kids are watching Pokemon, and I love how dumb Ash is. I just in the original seasons, I just love how stupid he is. He's so stupid. I distinctly remember an episode where it had to do with like one of the ghost Pokemon, and this dad showing a picture of the daughter, and the daughter had died or something. That was the implication by what he was talking about. And or it was like a boy, and Ash is like, that must be, I forget what he says, but he's just so dense and like stupid. Meowmaswine is the hottest Pokemon. Whoa. Oh God. Do I want to know? Malmaswine? Malmaswine. I don't even know. Oh, okay. It's got the beard and everything. I could see that. I mean, it's subjective. Well, I don't know. And I think it's weird too, Ash's mom's relationship with Mr. Mime. I swear there's an episode where he's like coming out of the shower with a towel on. And it's just, what is going on there? Okay, let's load the tree up. Hitmonchamp. Hitmon. Mr. Mime could be anything you wanted Mr. Mime to be. And my life would be fine if everyone wasn't against me. It's exhausting. Who's this, Mr. Mine or Hitmonchan? What are we talking? It's like you got the DUI, Mr. Mime. You made the choice. You put the keys in the ignition, Mr. Mime. Here we go. Damn it, Greg. Yes. But I'm literally dealing with an exponential problem right now that I'm trying to solve. Every time I add more branches, it gets exponentially slower. And so I have to fix the problem. Oh, don't worry about the performance. And now I'm just like, so we're going to get there. We're going to get there. So let's try it now. So we can get the element of the thing. If we have a lookup, we could find the resource that it's tied to. Do we have a lookup? Resource lumber. So we have a lookup that is for one part of this equation. We're going to say lookup resource by body. And so we're going to have the lumber, which is a rigid body. It just isn't going to run. Yeah, well, that's the other thing is if it's running this bad on this hardware here, then we're in sloppy doppy code land, because it shouldn't be that bad. We've learned a lot, Greg. Every time I'm doing this, I feel like I'm just staring at the same thing and again and again and again, which I am, but we're getting there. We got an artichoke that I'm tearing up right now, and a chimkin sandwich that my wife made. So we've got the chimkin sandwich here with the pickles. My blobs are making too many axes. Do you want some for your trees? Hell yeah, Justin. I got to do more shout outs. I haven't been doing shout outs. Let me do a shout out to Fiera. Is my shout outs just broken? Did that work for you guys? Oh, the Oscars are happening? I did not know this. Who's hosting the Oscars, guys? And now have cameras and points and saving and death and loading. Next up is a GD menu. Nice, dude. Make it an economic sim where they can make, use, and trade stuff. One blob buys an axe, and the rest of the blobs are like, there's money in axes. And then there are 10,000 axes. That's what you want. And then suddenly you can buy an axe for 10 cents. and then the axe company becomes too big to fail, right? So we got to subsidize axe generation. So then we subsidize the axes, and then people can't afford the axes. So then we give money to help them buy the axes. I love the stuff that you do, Justin. It's really cool. I do hope we have you booms and busts. When you say it feels too strong, what do you mean about the sim? Okay. So we're going to have our look up resource by body. And we're going to point from the lumber to so we go like this. And we say look up lumber points to resource lumber. And it would look like this. And then we take that and we look it up. So then when we select, we grab the first selection. If editor selection get selected nodes, is it count or size? Array size is greater than 0. Then we're going to look up the first thing we have selected. We're just going to assume. Get selected nodes, var lumber equals get selected nodes 0, first one. Then we look up lumber. And then we say print selection changed, and now we're going to print out the resource. Look up resource by body. So this should return the resource. And then we can open that resource. $94. Invalid access to property. Okay, so we need to know that it's whether it is or is not. So it's thinking it's a rigid body. But we know it's not a rigid body. Let's ignore all of that. We'll do a test on that here in a second. The blobs are just way too excited about axes and don't have any other concept of the fact that literally only one axe has ever been sold in their universe, so they shouldn't spend all day. Dude, so related to that, I had a Minecraft server back when I streamed just game stuff. I had a Minecraft and I was just playing on that server, and then people in the chat would be like, hey, join. And I had a working economic system where you could put stuff in boxes and set the price on the sign, and then people could sell and buy at that price. And the kids on there would like mine a bunch of dirt, put it in a box, and then charge like $100 for it. Now, I had a system where when you were on the server, there was basically a UBI. It was from the, if you're on the server, you would get money. And so you would generate, the server would generate, well, you didn't have to be on the server, but every certain tick, there would be money deposited into whoever was on the server. And so they would like charge prices that like literally the entire economy of the world didn't have. And I would try to explain to them, I'm like, first of all, supply and demand, dirt is in abundance. You're not going to be able to sell dirt. At least not right now. But it was just wild trying to explain that to them. They were a lot like those blobs. Have you seen that recent SNL skit with the Cyclopses? The blobs are my children. There we go. So we're connecting the resource to our selection. All right. So to be safe, lumber, or sorry, look up resource by body has lumber. So if this is true, then we are going to try and display this. So edit inspector, edit object. Okay. So we say edit var edit inspector equals our editor inspector. Oh, no, that's a singleton, right? So I just call edit. Is that right? Yeah. No, it's editor interface. Okay. That's what we want. Editor interface is the singleton. Okay, so we get the inspector. I guess we could have these be globals, so I don't have to do this every time. So editor inspector edit. And then we say this. Well, they can also chat about what stuff they can make and what stuff they would like to use. So the blob has access to sticks and stones and makes an axe to sell the one that can chop trees down. But then the woodcutter says, cool, I'm good now. And the other ones go crazy. Do you have some kind of cycle of where like you have like different things and they all kind of feed into each other, like this one feeds into this one and this one feeds into this one and this one feeds into this one and then maybe this one, like you got like this one over here and that like feeds into this one and this one. How are price signals communicated? Axes are the only tool they can make. They can pick mangoes and berries. They can make huts out of sticks and cabins out of logs. You can also bang rocks together to make fire and roast mangoes. Huh. Well, it seems like what happens if you get rid of the axe altogether and they just have one? And then what happens to their, like, you know, because I'm assuming, do they set prices for anything? Is the axe the only thing that they have, like, because something should like dictate, hey, axes are worthless now. Everyone's got one. So the prices would fall. Like you have some sort of timer, right? And it's like my axe isn't selling over X time. I'm going to drop the price. They can trade a bunch of different things. And by trade, do you mean they buy and sell, or are they doing barter? Like because it sounded like you were talking prices. Are you doing, there is money. Okay. So this is interesting. Edit fires when we get selection changed, but we still get overridden by our selection. Is there a way to clear out the selection? Clear. So if we get selected nodes, so we get our selected nodes, then we clear, and then we do everything else. There we go! We did it, boys! Hell yeah! All right, so now I can pick any one of these things, and it goes straight to it here. Sweet. We are completely breaking the expected behavior of the Godot editor to make our own machination of what we need. Ship it. I love this game already. They just react hard to initial unstable prices. Yeah. It seems like they're too eager to want to sell. Justin, maybe a suggestion is they only go to make an axe if they need the money. So if there's like a need for money, then they'll produce more. They'll try and produce an axe. Otherwise, like if they're financially stable, their incentive is not. They don't have an incentive to try and sell or create an axe to sell. And maybe that would lower this huge increase in supply. And then also the like what I'm selling an axe for, having it like slowly decline over time of like, and maybe having it be a curve where it's like a slow decline and it gets larger over the same linear step. The horror. Why do they need so many axes? They only want money because then they can use it to buy mangoes. Okay. So they... Or other stuff they don't have. Those dudes love mangoes. So, what do they have other ways of making money besides axes? This is interesting. And we just need some inventory awareness is all. That's cool. I'm interested. I'm ready. Okay, so now I can go here. Is this even going to work right now if I do this? Would this work? I don't know. Let me do load branch. And we're going to do final big. I don't know what this is going to do. I don't know if this is going to work. It'd be wild if this just started working because... well, something's happening. We're going to give it a second. Whoa, it added it to the wrong thing. It put it over here. Hello. I'm a branch. Over here. Look at me. Does that mean our tree is busted now? Did I ruin tree 10? Oh, now I can't select this. Okay, so we need to test if it's lumber or not. So we don't want to clear unless there we go. All right. I should just stream myself working on it at some point. You should. But I get it. I get how streaming can be kind of a distractive thing. Justin has good focus. Not that you don't. I don't, though. I'm trying. It is funny, though, because simultaneously it's like, you need to switch on to something else. And it's like, yeah, no. I'm trying. I'm trying. We're trying here. We'll do it. We're trying to make a game. It's like every step of the way, this whole process has been. I mean, there's a reason why these games don't exist, and I'm discovering that as I go along. And so I think this is like a good sign that if I can push past all this, right, we'll have something pretty cool. Still waiting on that load here. Any second now. This performance is wild. Where we go? Ah, the little baby is there. I'm gonna be a big branch when I grow up. All right. Let's get you to bed. No, I swear. I'm gonna be the biggest branch you ever saw. I know. Let's get you tucked in. Okay. All right. Come on, little man. One day you'll see, Papa. I'll be the biggest branch. You'll be so proud of me. I know. I'm gonna be super tall, taller than you. Uh-huh.
You okay, guys?
One day I'll be the biggest branch you ever saw. That's right, Papa. I'm okay. How you doing? I'm fine. We're all fine here now. How are you? George Lucas can't write. He doesn't know how to write. My kid is now 1 foot taller and 2 feet. What happened? Was the milk looking at you funny? Well, I got you. Any second now. Load that tree up. Come on.
There I am. Look at me.
Okay, so what we need to do, our problem right now is we have a concept of a current branch. And we need to, we have like a selected thing already, I think. Let's go see. Let us see. Branch, and then we have branch from. So add lumber. Who's calling add lumber? Hello? Hello? Add base, add lumber. Load branch. So it's looking for load branch. Resource lumber from Lod branch. Branch from is self. So where does the assignment of branch come from? Lot branch. Oh. Value. So it had the wrong branch. Turns out it wasn't a pricing or decision issue. It's that I thought the make axe task created 1 axe with 20 durability units, but it actually creates. Oh, okay. I want to make sure that we're highlighting the correct thing. Because I think everything actually worked, and we just, it seemed like it wasn't going to. Slow and sure, slow and steady. I feel like an idiot. Just waiting. This is the most boring stuff I've done. Okay. Now I'm very clearly picking this one. Hey! All right. Okay. So, this is going to work. Now, performance still in the tank. Or still shit. Shit performance. Now, part of this has to do with some recursive element with the resources. No, physics aren't processing when we're in the editor. So physics don't process in the Godot editor. It's a constant. If any value is being adjusted on, say, the length or the width or any of this stuff, it causes like a recursive. Oh, I got to go through all of the ones that are in this branch and update all of their values to the new ones. So that's part of the problem. And even on a load, it's going through and those length values are being set, and therefore that's happening. So that's part of that. Let's try adjusting its position and see what we get. So we grab this branch and we'll do rotation. And this actually seems to be performing better than it ever has. So this part of it's working great. Okay, so now we just got to get it so that we can select it proper. It's selecting the collision shape. So I'm going to adjust it one more time. See if we can get it where we are just selecting the rigid body, even though we see the collision shapes. I'm just browsing Reddit and stuff right now while I'm waiting for this fucking thing to load. I guess I should be more proactive about trying to solve this, but I feel like every time I do, I bury myself into some other massive problem. So, dude, man, you're building up a collection. Okay, there's our branch friend. Hello, friend. Come on, let me select something. Come on! Yeah, I went all in. I went in on an inbox Sega Genesis kick the other day. They're all showing up at the same time. Sega for boxed collections is a lot easier to do than, say, like the NES or Super NES. We just threw all those boxes away. Kind of wild to think about that. But they're so big. Load up. Come on, buddies. I'm trying to set this up so that I can select the select it in the scene and have the collision show up as well. And it's causing a little bit of an issue. I'm almost there. I forget the configuration that I have to make that happen, so I'm trying all the possibilities. I did Sonic 1 and 2, both the Tasmanian Devil games, Quack Shot starring Donald Duck, Castle of Illusion, Aladdin, Tailspin, Earthworm Jim, an extra copy of Sonic Spinball, just in case, and arguably a way too expensive copy of Toe Jam and Earl. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I never got Toe Jam and Earl. Sorry. I'll just say it. But Aladdin is a classic, and the Genesis and the Super Nintendo versions are drastically different. Although the last levels on the Genesis one are so hard, if I recall. And I believe one of them you get to control a Boo. I could be wrong. And Earthworm Jim is a classic. I remember writing down, there's a stage in between stages, and it's like a quiz thing, and writing down all the questions and answers. And the music on Earthworm Jim is so good. Ren and Stimpy. And for some reason now I can't do anything. Does Godot have like a pop-up somewhere that I don't see? This is going swimmingly.
That's cool.
Oh my God.
Cool.
Thank you for all the
Yeah, cool.
raids today. I
You think it's
appreciate it.
cool? It's cool.
Auntie, thanks for the raid. What were you working on? Let me do a shout out.
Holy smokes.
Just came off the back of a 3-month hiatus. Back on the grind. Nice.
You have like a paddle that like
Let me see
swings
here.
around
Let
the
me bring it up. I'm
outside,
bringing
and
it
you
up.
have to keep bouncing it towards the center, and as you make progress, you get like more paddles and stuff, and it shrinks. Gearing up to. Well, like it.
What are
Exactly,
you
and
working on
streams
though,
would have
like game
a
wise?
specific sequence that if you force it, like a bit too mindless for.
I possibly can show you what I'm working on here. Give me just a second. Maybe, possibly, maybe. Let me just try loading it. Cross fingers. Oh! There's no editor interface. So I need to hang on a second. I got to do a is editor check here. We don't want to do any of this unless we are is editor. So actually what we could do is throw this all inside of here. And then run it again. Okay, cross fingers. You're making a game with your sister. That's so cool. Oh, man. All right, here's what we got going on. It's real choppy right now, but we're working on trying to create a really involved tree apparatus as we work on this game for cutting down a tree. Mostly brainstorming. That's always good though, to prototype and brainstorm things out. Get your scope clear and then cut back on it, you know. And instead of just exploding scope, because that's all I've been doing, I tell you. But I didn't know what my scope was. That was the part about this that's wild. So nice. I almost did the same after a forced hiatus. Oh man, Auntie. I don't know that you're ready for the answer from second favorite, but it's a doozy. Yeah, we've been cutting down a bunch of systems to make it more manageable. Nice. Let's look at our not the profiler. Well, actually, if we do the profiler, we could figure out what is causing on the process time appears to be the worst. We could figure out what script is doing it, right? And there's a way, I swear there's a way to sort this to see specifically, but I think it does have a list of the actual physics process. So that's my code. And is the rest just engine? I think the rest is just engine. So we may need to tweak some physics stuff. But how do we get... I could swear there was a way to show... Apply gravity. Solve velocity constraints. So I think maybe if we go to project settings and we look at our physics and we try and find some similarities. Yeah, Greg's back in action. Sounds like a TV show. Greg's back in action. Will be right back after these messages. Velocity threshold. Active edge threshold. And then 3D physics. We're using Jolt. Solver iterations. The number of solver iterations for all contacts and constraints. The greater number of iterations, the more accurate the collisions will be. However, a great number of iterations requires more CPU power, which can decrease performance. So let's cut this in half. We have run on separate thread, velocity steps, number of solver velocity iterations. The greater number of iterations, the more accurate. Let's cut that in half. Position steps. That's pretty cool to work on a game with your sibling though. The greater number of simulations, the more cost. So we're going to put this down to 1. All right, let's see if our performance is better just doing that. We're still just chugging. We are chugging. Let's turn off the collision shapes. Go back. Oh, that helped a ton. Just doing that. Man, it is bouncing like crazy now, though. So it's changing the behavior of everything. Just changing those values. All right, it's still trash performance though. And our numbers for process and physics processes are way too high. And we do have a couple of orphan nodes. We know what those are. We're not going to worry about that. Number of objects are enormous. Resources. So everything's falling apart. Look at this tree. It can't hold together. It's cohesion. Ah, it's losing its mind. Okay, so those small changes, suddenly we're getting like some eldritch terror of the deep. Let's put it back to normal. Got a dip. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. I'll try and stop by too. I don't think I was following. I should be now. Let me double check. Oh, and let me do a shout out if I didn't do that already. Sorry about that. Everyone was saying that because we had some high winds and it was yeah, it looks like I did a shout out. So now it's all stable. Isn't that weird? It actually seems to be performing better with the settings that said it would make it perform worse. So go figure that. Now we've got like a stable tree. It's just chilling out. All right, let's get back to the editor. Load the tree in. How's it going?
How's it going in here? That's looking really cool.
Thanks. It's a work in progress, but progress nonetheless. We're getting there. So they definitely are going to clash. So I think part of what we're experiencing here in our journey of developing this whole thing is that we are reaching a point where we're starting to get an idea of our like maximums and minimums, I think is part of this. Now it's totally possible. Another possibility. I haven't even tried to export the game. It's possible that this whole thing runs way better not in the editor. And that possibly collision stuff is expensive to monitor. Hey guys, if you're going to be like that, could you please shut my door? Okay, I understand. God bless it. I really worry I'm at the mercy of the engine's thresholds here with this whole thing. Well, I think I'm going to have to stop here. My kids are kind of losing it. God, my son has lost his mind right now. Here we go. Hey, we're starting to get somewhere on this. Okay. We want to change the color of the collision mask. If we reduce transparencies, it'll be clear as well. We'll see here. We're going to keep grinding for a little bit longer. It's doing that thing again. Oh my god. Each collision shape is another scene, guys. We're not scaling those, are we? No, we're duplicating. I'm going to keep grinding. Looks like it's bedtime. But my daughter's not in here. As soon as my daughter comes in here, she's going to want to read with me. So then I'm going to bail at that point. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep going. All right, here's a prototype for a collision shape. Now, there is an alpha, so we could go higher on it. So like 255, that puts us right in the middle. Okay. So that's pretty good. So then this is debug color. So we say debug color. And then what we want to keep track of is previous selection. So we can switch it back. And this is lumber. Default value is null. And then what we do is just anytime we get a new one, selection changed, we flash out previous selection. We do lookup. Previous selection. And then we say collision shape, debug color. And we actually need the color values. But I could just say like green, but we need it to be the alpha. The alpha. So color green. Isn't there enumerators for each possible color? And color is a variant. How am I getting nothing right now? It has constants here, so there's got to be just like a green. Just like a vomit green. Then we want to actually change the alpha of our color. To 0.75. Okay. And then we do the same thing here. So then we say previous selection equals null. And then we select, get our lumber here. Lumber, previous selection equals lumber. And then we're going to adjust the color. Color blue.
Papa,
Yeah.
can I do some cutout for our game? My game?
Yeah, but can I remind you next time, please let me know way sooner so I can prepare. Okay, because the thing is you're going to want a full hour. We're already 20 minutes before, we got 40 minutes before your bedtime, right?
Right.
So then you're going to want an hour, but I got to get everything set up. You see?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'll try and make it happen, sweetie. I know you want to use the tablet, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
Oh no, I'm still invisible.
okay. Well, you've got to, can you please find me, the charging cable?
For the laptop?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And we have a lot of problems to deal with. There's not a lot of space here.
Would it maybe be out in the living room?
Yeah, ask Mama. She knows where one is. Something is busted.
Got it.
Trader to 99.
I'm disappearing. Wait a minute. Okay. I was like, does it seriously think this is green? Here.
Okay. Can you help me plug it in? I really need you to kind of take some initiative here, okay? Because I'm deep into something. Thank you, sweetie.
I'm disappearing.
Problem is there's just not a lot of space. The screen's gonna be really far away, sweetie.
Okay.
So
Sure.
could you please actually work on the game stuff and not just drawing Pikachu over and over again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, the camera got broken.
See, this is I really don't want to do this. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Try this. You do remember though that what I said was the answer would be no if you were asking this way. Remember?
Oh yeah, I forgot about
I know you did. But it's really important to me that we have these agreements and we keep them. Because I need the consistency so I know I can plan certain things out as I'm working, okay?
Okay.
But here I am now, just kind of futzing around with things, trying to get something working. Sweetie, I can't have you sit in the chair because I gotta figure out what's going on with the camera. Monitor's wigging out. Everything's wigging out. It's, can't fix it. I don't know why.
Just tell them good night.
Good night, Odie.
Good night, Papa.
Good night, Odie. Sleep. Go ahead. Screen the oh, it's working.
Yay!
Okay. Good night, Handsome.
Good night.
Want to say bye to everybody?
Bye.
Love you, Handsome Pants.
Oh, look at my Pikachu shirt.
Pika, Pika.
It's the
Shmika.
why is a
Pika.
What is it all ripped?
That's
Hmm.
that
I'm not sure when it happened, but it did.
Yep. And I don't know what it happened to.
Okay.
1, 2, 1,
Hopefully my
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9.
My monitor is wigging out. It's making my eyes cross.
Okay, what color am I set to right now? Oh my gosh, this is cool. So I'm set to brown. Yep, definitely set to brown. But I need that. Isn't that? Yep. This is my shovel. Second.
It's resource lumber.
Second said, guys, let's try and convince him his eyes have been crossed all along.
No.
I cross my eyes all the time. Like when I'm looking at the trampoline net, it feels like I'm crossing my eyes, but I know I'm not. Because I'm not making copies of the trampoline net. And it happens with other things. It's just crazy.
Yep. I need you to not bump my mouse if you can avoid that. That would be very helpful.
looks shovelly. Does that look like a shovel?
I've got to focus on what I'm doing, sweetie. Remember, I told you that's why we want to plan these things, okay? So let me switch it so people can see your stuff too, please. And then I guess what I'll do is I'll put it on the screen so that everyone sees the monitor. We have to get I'm afraid we've had all day to ask, sweetie. Just saying. Please, just next time, please give me a little bit more heads up. Okay.
Whoa. Okay, that's weird.
Okay. All right, let's see how far we can get now.
It's gonna blow. Probably is. Looks like it. There are 3. Call it. Hopefully my. Okay, that's what we're gonna call it. I need a barfy green, kind of.
104. Invalid access to property or key, collision shape 3D on base object type resource.
Yeah, that works.
Trying to assign a type 99.
Need to scoot it there so I can.
Okay, we can ignore that.
I did some riding practice earlier. Nope. The home bar. The home. Whatever it's called. Home something.
What?
When I was doing the typing practice,
Uh-huh.
I was working on the home.
Oh, home row?
Yeah, home row.
Nice. What games did you play for it?
There was one where you're this little robot dude jumping. You type the letters that it's showing on the branches,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're able to jump. You're able to jump to those branches. The little robot automatically jumps to the branches, and you.
Did you do the ninja one?
At first it was really, really, really hard. Like it gave me a huge burst of fruit.
Mm-hmm.
We were like, is it on easy mode right now? It seemed like it wasn't to us because it was going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I played that one later on, and then I tried to play a bunch of others, but they were all broken. Like the letters, the words were all pushed down, so I couldn't click on them. Like there was a zombie one, and it wouldn't let me because it wouldn't let me select home row because it was being blocked by something, so.
Do you think it's going to help you?
Yeah. I'm already typing faster. They give me a lesson about posture.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Yeah, sitting properly in the chair. The same for writing. I've been saying that for years now, right?
well, it's kind of different for typing a little bit.
You sit in the chair with your feet on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I can't get you to do when you're writing.
Arms are supposed to be straight. Can't be done.
I know, but I'm like, what I mean is, like, I've been trying to get you to just sit with your feet square beneath you, but
Okay, it seems like this.
you're always doing like chair yoga when you're writing.
I think that means I need to do more yoga.
Oh yeah, and then I was gonna get rid of this.
Screen got used to it.
There you go. Do you think this is gonna help you?
Yeah, definitely. It
Mm.
seems like I'm writing with a pencil. Well, I am writing with a pencil. I'm writing with a, I guess you could call it an e-pencil, because that's what they call these things now, I think. Yeah, the eraser doesn't, it's not compatible with the eraser. It works with the eraser, but you have to click the eraser over here and then erase. But it does have an eraser, that's for sure. Very glad it has an eraser. Time to add a bunch of layers because I'm out of spare layers.
Okay.
I just thought about what we had for dinner, and then I was like, oh, artichoke. New layer. I'm always thinking of new eggplant. See? Okay, now I need purple. Perfect. Eggplant.
This is weird. I'm changing the color, but it's not updating. I wonder if I have to force some kind of visual update in the editor window. Since I'm changing the property of something in there, is there a way I tell the there's a Get Editor Viewport 3D, gives us a sub viewport. And is there anything in here to force a redraw? Oh, I need to update the... It's not showing the changes for you guys because of the...
Also, I'm sort of invisible because you can kind of see my shirt, I think.
We're working on the same game, although technically right now I'm working on something else. But I'll open up hers as we speak.
This kind of looks like plenty. And then I'll make the green top.
if I could force an update. If there was a clear here. Yeah, we're working on, this is my daughter, and we're working on, she's working on a farming game. It's like a kind of an idle clicker farming game. And she's doing all the art, and then I'm contributing the code.
Okay, built an eggplant. Created an eggplant.
All right, I'll stop the work on the lumber stuff.
Whoa, that looks amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? But I'll close that up.
Take inspiration from all the pine trees, all the evergreens we have.
That's a lot of that. The idea for this whole thing came from.
Yeah, like we could take pictures and. What did I just? What's this do? Move. Okay, that's interesting. Now I don't have to go all the way over here to move it. Oh, I can also use this to click. With the hand, I'd have to go over there. That's so interesting. So now I can use this.
Such a great activity to do. I know, it's pretty cool, huh? So we're blind on chat. I need a way of seeing chat. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to make this a floating window for my sake. Because I cannot see. We want this to show up on all windows. There we go. Come over here.
That's smart.
Okay. That'll work. Now, so I did some work on your stuff on the game, and I now can determine where we are clicking. So if we do, I think I was doing water, or was it till? I was doing till. And I was getting the position of the till. Of course, now it's not showing it. So let me double check the code.
You can't do eggs because then that would indicate we have chickens. Wait, also I'm using a bag. So
What would we do with eggs? We're planting, right?
right.
Got to get the livestock thing out of your head. That's not in our scope.
I know.
Okay.
Whoops.
So if we print debug it took a little bit to get my my 2D skills back in Godot. I've been so out of it. There we go. So now we can get the actual grid position of the tile map.
Oh,
Proper.
I see it changing whenever you click.
Yeah, so those are the actual grid coordinates. And now what I'm going to try and do is flip the tile sprite into something else when you click on it. So we'll see if I can get that going. That should be pretty easy.
So, the hard part is thinking of what I can do because I'm not a farmer. Oh. Of course, as soon as I say I'm not a farmer, I remember that we have our garden, and then I start thinking about all the things we have in the garden. So now I can take inspiration from that. So we had strawberries. So I'll take. Why isn't it changing?
And eventually we'll be able to program each of these buttons to do specific things for the application that you're in, okay?
Maybe we could like take little tiny labels, like we could write Control Z on one of them, like as if you're pressing Control Z. Or we could just write undo.
Yeah, so tile map layer, I'm going to get rid of this. And I need to update our stream title.
Maybe later on we'll make updates for the game that has like smaller pixels so that more detailed bags and stuff. Cause like I can't really draw a bajillion dots on the strawberry because it would like be one of those white strawberries in Japan. So yeah, I can't do that right now. But if we had way smaller pixels, I would be able to. Like the size of my Pikachu.
So we learned that Japan has
Tons of strawberries.
50% of the world's variety of strawberries.
Shoot. I wish there was an option that you could take a layer and then make multiple layers for that layer. Like when you select that layer, you go into this little area that has all the layers for that layer. Like I could make the layer for the strawberry and then I could make a layer for the seeds on the strawberry and not have it be just a layer floating around. It would be like inside the strawberry layer. Because I just accidentally erased a bunch of my strawberry when I was trying to get rid of the seeds. So. And then Mama was like, how do you know all this about strawberries? And then I was like, we watched something on the NHK about it. So she's like, oh. Gotta position my fingers.
NHK is cool. I love it. So we're going to have a dictionary for a tile lookup. And this is nice because you guys can actually see me program and make a game and have it be something. So this is a nice little reset.
Flowers. Good idea. Well, don't know if you gave me an idea, but still, flowers. We could have flower seeds. Flowers.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not like a bajillion types of flowers, like there's all the different colors. Maybe it would be like right on your parade, there's where you use Cloudbucks to buy seeds in a little farming level on the DLC. So it's like a random color, so maybe when you buy the seeds for the flowers, it's a random color of that type of flower. Like there's 85 bajillion different types of morning.
Hey, sweetie, you keep bumping my mouse. It's okay. It's just messing me up a teensy bit. What were you saying, though?
There's like 85 million different types of morning glories. So if we had like a randomizing thing on the bags so that it would be like a random color every bag, every seed that you planted. That would be nice because then it wouldn't be just the same color, or we'd have to have like 10 million different types of bags, and I'd have to make 10 million different colors of the things, because that would not be very fun. It would just take a long time, so something to think about.
Missing indent.
Strasberry. Strasberry.
A delicious Strasberry. Known around the world as Strasberry. Update cells. Set cells. Atlas coordinate.
Don't blame me. I literally just started typing practice, and I'm like looking down at the keyboard trying to find where certain things are still. So don't blame me. I only learned J, F, and the spacebar today. Started introducing me to But at that point.
Night, Greg. Have a good one. Seaweed, spirulina, kelp are all farmed algae. Rubber, amber are farmed resins. We're gonna farm a bunch of things that aren't animals. A bunch of things. A bunch of things.
Also, I kind of want to just have plants like that you can eat, because if you're in a city where there's like tons and tons of mines, who's gonna buy some amber that you can just get in a mine? Like, if there's a miner coming by and you don't know if it's a miner, and you ask him, do you want to buy some XXX? And then he's like, I'm a miner. Like, yeah.
Minor, not minor.
Wait a minute. Actually, that looks cool. I'm just gonna...
There we go. Look at that.
That's so cool.
Okay. So we can change the state of the cell.
Odie would love to play around with that.
Mm-hmm.
He'd love to be just like click, click.
Mm-hmm.
Now I need... So I thought of the garden. Now I'm thinking of seasonings, like basil and the other things.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got so much when I thought I had almost like nothing that I could think of.
Yeah. See, that would be a good thing to shortcut is new layer.
Yeah. There we go. Now I have a bajillion layers and I don't have to worry about that for a while.
Sweet.
So many layers. Okay.
I gotta finish eating I'm gonna get food sick if I don't. If I gotta eat my artichoke.
So yummy.
You like the artichoke?
Yes.
Do you dip it in anything?
Butter.
Butter?
Yummy. Oh, I just noticed this has a little cloth thing sticking out of it. Weird. Cauliflower, cabbage, those are all things we had in the garden. I already have tomatoes. I already have cucumbers. So those are things I can't do.
It's funny, the fuzzy navel part of the heart. Whatever you want to call it. I think I got to go get a knife. A fork's not going to work for this. Actually, it is. Yeah, I got to get a knife. This is a disaster.
I don't care if I spelled cauliflower. Yeah, I spelled cauliflower wrong. But as long as I have the right letters and there's like just too many.
There's people, you can just ask people in chat. They'll tell you.
I know. I know how to spell it. I just accidentally held L too long. So
You did a good job, though. I got to say. I mean, I would have not done nearly as good as you did just then. Oh, yeah. No. I'm not nearly as good at spelling as you.
But I'm not a living dictionary, of course. Definitely not a living.
No, but I think your spelling is because we focused on your reading so early in your age that you just sort of memorized the spelling.
Wait.
I think you just have one too many L's there for cauliflower.
What the heck?
And there might not be... Yeah, you've got 3 L's for some reason.
Yeah, I accidentally held L too long.
It's tiny. It's tiny. Okay. So now we need to set up a bunch of timers and stuff for each of the things. We got to get a tick cycle going. I'll be right back, guys.
I will be back too. Yeah, I know how to spell cauliflower. I accidentally just. Yeah. But you can only-
Okay. Coming together here. Set cell. So we need to start counting down. We need an array of the tile data. Now we have a tile map. There appears to be new stuff in the tile map too, like do custom data. So there might be a way in the tile itself to create just custom data layers here. So if I add a custom data layer and I say, yeah, see, I already see a problem here. We're stuck in Godot's variable sets, all of their variants. And so I guess I could use set navigation map, custom data layer, get cell tile data, tile data, set custom layer, set custom data, sets the tile's custom data value for the tile set custom data layer with the name. Okay, this isn't doing what I was expecting. All right, time for a resource. Scripts, resource, script, resource, farm. Pretty good. Why not? And it is a resource. Okay, so now we have a farm resource. And this is pretty straightforward. It is simply, for now, doesn't really need to be much of anything. We're gonna do a few things. We're gonna do an export of tile cells. I guess, and it's going to be game tile And
You what?
this is a dictionary. Actually,
Var. I would have said vat, van, or anything else that actually makes sense. Because var I've never heard before.
hmm. I guess I was wrong in my explanation of resources earlier today.
What was your explanation of resources?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Just that you have to strictly use Godot variants, which is mostly true. But you can still grab like an object and stuff like that, depending on what like there's certain things that are okay. Not an object, but you can make like an enumerator that is your own, and it's still an integer, so it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna have do I already have lettuce here? Because I'm gonna have trouble defining cabbage, lettuce, and artichoke apart because they all look very similar. Cabbage and lettuce. If somebody stuck cabbage in your hamburger, you would think it was lettuce.
Color might help with that. Artichoke has a distinct shape though.
It's like very pointy, kind of.
Yeah. Cabbage and lettuce. Lettuce depends on the type of lettuce. Lettuce leaves.
Yeah, there's tons of different lettuce.
Right.
I think a few types of cabbage. Speaking of lettuce, the only thing about that slime burger I got for my birthday party, the only thing that wasn't slime was the lettuce. I didn't realize I was supposed to split the cheese in half because there was no text. So I ended up with so much cheese overflowing out of one of the layers. And like no cheese in another, so I had to like pull a little bit off, and I only got a little bit because I had to stick it. I had to stick it on. So cauliflower is very white, but not too white and not too dark. So it's very, very hard to get the right color of cauliflower. That looks. There we go. That's perfect.
Yeah. See, I can't use cell data.
What is cell data?
Oh, nothing. Just there's certain things I won't be able to do. That's okay. So we'll just we'll use the resource here. Cells, cell time, vector 2, and we're gonna say integer.
I'm an artist. I can't help but put those little lines to indicate lumpiness on this cauliflower.
Cell countdown.
A lumpy cauliflower. What can I say? It's a lumpy cauliflower, is all I can say. I like cauliflower just as much as I like artichoke. They're my two probably favorite foods that are actually foods. That are not like treats. Well, my two favorite foods that I don't eat. I have 2 strawberry layers, so I might as well turn that into. I'm gonna do lettuce. Lettuce is round. It's less like pointy than artichoke. Oh, and artichoke. Before you chop it, it's got the little stem coming off. It's pretty long, so that's another way to define the. Also, we have the mouse controls, so and you hover over it. So I was doing lettuce.
We got a lot to do. Well, we're gonna get there. If we keep chipping away at this a little bit each night, sweetie. And I am doing a little bit here and there when we're not streaming. Teensy bits here and there.
Yeah, I messed up. Lettuce. That's not supposed to be like that. Stop. Necking. Ah. Got it. That was like infuriating. I was like, so. Oh, I just noticed. The strawberry looks amazing. Thanks.
I'll see if I can zoom in. There we go.
I spelled cauliflower right. Like I was able to spell it right. I just held the L key.
Yeah, you just had the L too long. You're really good at spelling. We don't even work on that in class, but I guess we don't need to, because you're pretty good at it. So
yeah, when I spell on my iPad, it really tells me if I spelled wrong. So that kind of helps, but not much. But I just get it over time when I spell. Like I'm not even sure how I learned to spell cauliflower. Like that was basically just a guess.
well, it's a bit like how did you learn how to speak? Like that's something that yeah.
How did I learn to talk?
Mm-hmm.
How? The question cannot be answered because I have no idea. I'm good at drawing leaves, so I'll just kind of make a leaf sweep. Swoop, swoop, swoop. Slowly. What does that mean? Like, swoop slowly? Slowly, swoop slowly? Does that look like lettuce?
I think it's a joke about how did we learn to speak.
I learned to speak.
But sometimes the worst way to teach somebody is to explicitly teach them.
What does that mean?
Well, to be like, okay, well, we're going to learn this, and so this is important, and this, and so on, and so on. Yeah. And sometimes it's just, so in the teaching method that I try to do with you guys, there's something called direct and indirect aims. And a lot of times you can kind of prep somebody for a certain kind of learning indirectly by doing other things. And then when you get to the next thing, it's way easier for them because you did all these indirect things that you're working on with them. It's like Mr. Miyagi teaching.
What?
Show me paint the fence. And it's like, yeah, I've been wasting my time. Right? And Miyagi's indirect aim with paint the fence.
Why am I painting this fence when I'm
So in Karate Kid, that's a perfect breakdown of it. His direct aim with wax on, wax off, and paint the fence was to build his strength, his muscles. He didn't use his arms the way that he needs to be able to.
Paint the fence is like.
Right. And the indirect aim is to get it so he knows how to defend, to block. And the first thing he teaches him is not to attack, it's to defend.
Like this would kind of be defending.
Right. The whole point, but that's also really important. Like, I don't know, that movie doesn't get enough credit for some of the things that are in it. But, and I know it's like, some of it's made up, not real karate stuff or whatever, but it's like I don't know, that's good.
I think the paint the fence is accurate, because if you were holding a paintbrush like this, you would be like,
Mm-hmm.
So that's karate chopping.
Yeah.
I should know. Odie tries to karate chop me like every day. Ah, 4-year-olds. I've encapsulated you, little dot on this laptop screen.
Okay, so we've got.
Green little thing.
I'm gonna put the chat over here. Keep moving it around.
Yeah, I keep moving
Cool.
the preview around just like you're moving.
Okay, till is working. So now we have a set cell here, and now we can use set cell, and it now is going to have two purposes. One is to update the actual visual cell value, and the other is to update our resource data. Now, we could do this where when we set the resource value, we then send a signal out, but I hate signals, so we're not doing that.
What about phone signals?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Then we have this one place, and yeah, it's a setter. You can say that's stupid, but I don't think so. And cell countdown. So cell countdown. So we have some sort of default value. And this is going to be a lookup. Tile lookup.
I basically just did the exact same thing I did for. I'm not even sure how I know how to draw cabbages. Because I've never really seen them before, and ours didn't even grow because I think they needed longer time to grow.
Mm-hmm.
So they were like, they're just sitting out there, basically. They were sitting out there for a long time before you pulled them out.
They're not. I tried to tell Mama when she was planting them, but they weren't going to get enough sunlight where they were planted. So she thought it would work, but I don't think it did.
Yeah.
But also, very likely we were just not watering enough. So this year we're going to buy. Actually, we don't even need to buy it. I found a timer, so we're going to use a Christmas timer. And what we need to do though is, I need to get a pump that is controlled by electricity, or not a pump, but a valve. And then when the timer turns on, the valve opens. And then when the timer turns off, the valve closes. And then we can control the water on a schedule. And then, because our biggest problem is remembering to water.
Also, what did we plant in our garden? Because that would help me a lot.
Strawberries, tomatoes, peppers. What else?
2 types of peppers.
We planted. Now we might want something like this, but sometimes you plant certain plants. There's something called this would blow the scope up, but good neighbor plants, I think is the term. There's plants that make what they call good neighbors. And it's almost like the Pokemon, like, this works good against.
Oh, yeah, like water works good against rocks. Which isn't very accurate, because if you pour water over a rock, all you're going to get is a wet rock.
Companion plants. It looks like it's probably the more. So we did lettuce, peppers, we did tomatoes. Tomatoes grow really good on our land. I think we did cucumbers.
Yeah, we did the cucumbers.
Yeah, and then cabbage.
Yeah, we did the cabbage.
And we did beans.
Oh, we did beans.
Yeah, green beans.
Okay.
And those grow good too. The greens, just a lot of the green stuff just grows really good. Carrots didn't grow that well for us, but again, our watering was so inconsistent that probably played a factor into it.
Also, we didn't grow carrots last year. We grew in the past few
Yeah,
years.
right. Carrots are kind of hard to know when to pull.
Yeah. It's like, is this carrot grown or is it tiny?
Right.
It's like you have to lift it to see. Or you have to have x-ray goggles that won't go through carrots. It's like carrot x-ray goggles. Okay, bell pepper. Okay, I know what bell peppers look like for sure, because Odie eats them like every single day. Well, maybe not every single day, but he eats them. I eat them too. They're yummy. And that looks kind of like a apple.
Do we call them plants? I guess we do.
They're plants. There.
Oh, you're cut off.
Oh.
There you go.
Decent bell pepper.
Flora. That's probably a good idea, actually. Okay, so we have what I'm going to do, Gemma, is Mini Cricket. I'm going to set up so that you have what you need. You'll be able to go into the game settings and change the values of things.
I keep forgetting to press the space bar. Like, I'm spelling it right, except for the fact that I forget to press the space bar with chili pepper and bell pepper. This is the 2-word names, like what I just typed. Like, cauliflower could be considered 2 words. Eggplant could be considered 2 words. Yeah. Just really confusing.
I don't think cauliflower could be considered 2 words. Neither eggplant. I think they're all. You got it right, Sweetie. You're doing good.
Whenever I draw a banana, it turns out looking like a chili pepper. So I'm good when I'm trying to draw a chili pepper. Except for the jinx that when I try to draw a banana, it ends up looking like a chili pepper, and when I try to draw a chili pepper, it ends up looking like a banana.
Can you give me what kind of plants do we have in here? Cabbage, cauliflower.
I have tomato, grapes, pumpkin, fertilizer isn't a plant, orange tree, apple tree, blueberries, banana, potato, carrot, cucumber, corn.
Hold still. Orange tree, apple tree. Go on.
Black blueberries.
Okay.
Banana.
Okay.
Potato.
Okay.
Cucumber.
Okay.
Carrot.
Okay.
Corn.
Okay.
Artichoke.
Okay.
Strawberry.
Strawberry.
Eggplant. Lettuce.
I think I got all that. Lettuce. Let me go back. Cabbage, cauliflower. So, yeah. Okay. So lettuce. Okay. That's it. Thanks. I got the rest.
Yep.
Hey,
I've been jinxed.
See, like instantly I didn't see how you spelled lettuce, and now I'm like, how do you spell lettuce? 2 T's. Okay. All right. Now, we've got that.
One time I accidentally looked at Mama's math and was one step ahead of me, but I thought I was looking at the row before, so I didn't process in my head that it was the next question.
Mm.
And then she said, "Don't look at mine," and I was like, "Wait a minute, what?" So I realized that I had looked at it, and my brain just didn't. I couldn't even, like, I didn't even see anything. It felt like I hadn't seen anything. So, yeah, I've been jinxed. When I try to draw a chili pepper, it looks like a banana. When I try to draw a banana, it looks like a chili pepper. But pixels is hard. So,
See, the LSP doesn't break for me on this kind of code, but whenever I do anything remotely complex, it just starts breaking. And I don't know why, because it's working fine right now. I haven't had any problems. So, LSP is like this highlighting here just tells me what I'm doing and whether I've got something right or not.
like, you get a whole bunch of it with complex code, but only a little with easier code.
Grow time. Seconds.
I'm guessing int stands for integer.
Yes. An integer is what they call a whole number, which is not a number it is not a fraction.
So one whole.
Yes.
5/5.
Yeah. Yeah. And
that is a fraction, but technically
it's a whole number. Yeah. Yep. Oh, yep.
So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Computers are very good at whole numbers.
I am King Chili Pepper because my leaf thingy at the top of my thingy looks like a crown because I drew it wrong.
Computers are very fast at addition. They are not fast at division. And the different operations require a few more steps. And so but do you remember how we were talking about in Project Hail Mary?
Yeah.
They discovered that the numbering system was base 6, right?
Yeah.
And so the way that we think about numbers,
apparently Japanese in like spaceship languages for delta, which doesn't make any sense because
let me show you. I think that was a delta. Let me be sure. Delta is a triangle though. So yes, it wasn't a delta. It was a, let's see, math symbols. So you know the mathematical operations, but then there's a bunch of symbols that represent basically ideas. And sometimes they represent other number values, but those number values are essentially an idea. Delta is time. And
infinity. That's right.
Trying to think of the one that we saw.
Okay, so now I know.
It's lambda.
Lambda. Okay.
Lambda.
It's like a Japanese name, but it's lambda.
Lambda. So lambda. Oh my God. I don't even know. Lambdas are functions, right? Calculus and functions.
Why does it look like a Japanese
Yeah,
name?
yeah, lambda's a function, an anonymous function.
Why does it look like a cursive H and a Japanese N?
Kind of looks like a Japanese N.
In the book, it definitely did to me.
Yeah.
Here it doesn't.
Integer literally means whole in Latin. It's used for lambs, duh. Says Justin. That's so stupid. You can tell Justin's a dad.
What?
So
Is
stupid.
the pug person here still?
Is the pug person here?
Yeah, Mama showed me there was someone with a pug.
Oh, that was second favorite. He had to go. He's gone now.
Second?
Yeah, second's got a. It's not his pug, but it basically is loves him. His name, the Bob, is the name of his pug.
Oh, so the pug was on the stream?
Huh?
My brain is confused.
No, she just knows that he has a pug. And then there's Grumbles of pug. He's a streamer, and he's got a pug.
So, pug. There was someone in the stream. There was someone in the stream with pug in there.
Grumbles of pug. Yeah. Grumbles. He's making a game about a bat. It's a bat former, as we call it.
I think it was like pug guy. Something.
Maybe today. Maybe I got raided by pug. Maybe I did. I don't know. I got raided by a lot of unique people today. It was nice. Nice, like, it's really cool to see that. Because generally we have like our group of people, and it's cool to see it kind of growing.
Okay, so I learned that like tulips, like the ones near the office that we had,
Mm-hmm.
can actually be poisonous to dogs. Mr. Pig's kind of growing out of his habit of eating flowers, so that's good. Well, not flowers, but just grass. So he could think a flower leaf was grass. So.
Yeah.
Also, we're getting a few sprouts, like, you know, those flowers bloomed, and then there's some of that weird grass stuff.
Maybe? I gotta mow the lawn already.
Yeah.
It's wild. We're gonna have a very hot summer. So this will allow you to define the game's sort of data for. So I'm gonna make this an export group and call it UI. So I can make video games. Like, the nice thing about doing this project with you is it just reminds me that I'm not a dummy. It's just that when you're doing new things, yeah, and there's a lot of weird stuff that I'm doing with this thing, and I kind of have to, and it's really throwing things off. I'm not on my A game working on the tree stuff right now. I was when I first started, but this editor thing is it's just a lot of little stuff. So we're going to say resource plants, and this is going to be a resource plants, and we're just going to say, if it doesn't exist, we'll say resource plants new. And actually, we don't want it to exist. We're going to point to it. Okay. So then we're going to say resource scripts. So we're going to create new. We're going to have a folder called data. This is where we'll save it. So now if we go to UI here, we should have.
Papa.
Yeah.
When I was making strawberry, I accidentally made 2 layers of strawberry syrup.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had this pinkish color that I used for the top of the tulip here. And then I realized I used it, but I actually thought it was cool. And then that was my second layer of strawberry accidentally. So somehow I got switched. And both layers were showing somehow. They got switched. So I accidentally clicked on one at some point. Probably when I was showing you what I had. No, I had it gone by then. And then now I'm realizing it would be an amazing color for the top of the tulip because it's like pinkish and it's reddish.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a salmon color. So I used it for the top of the tulip.
Nice.
So that's like the initial tulip.
So now if we save this into data, resource plants now you'll have this thing, and you'll be able to create the array. This needs to be an export.
Yeah, I spelled it wrong.
And if it's a dictionary, and we key value it, and we say resource plant type,
Roses are initially red.
now we say yes. Okay. So now, okay. So here's how this is going to work. You're going to be able to type plant type. Okay, I got to get a couple setters in place. We don't need type here. But we'll keep that there. Resource plant type. So go back here.
Now I've got
Grow time in seconds. So chili pepper, grow time in seconds. Excellent.
You can add rose and tulip into your list of little.
Oh, okay. But if we did do, so long as we always add things to the end of this type list, we will never run out of, we can always create something new. If we ever add anything in between this, we will break everything. So always add to the end. And so rose and tulip. Now we'll probably have subtype like flower or something.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Vegetable. Plant.
I think what we'll do is we'll do a Pokemon style like earth, water, all that stuff so that there is like a neighbor. We could do something like that. I don't think we will. Right now, you have a data set. You have a data here, grow time seconds. And so this right here, Jim, is in seconds. Okay. And this is how long it'll take from when you plant it to when it'll grow. Okay?
Maybe you could, can you type in the number? Cause
Yeah.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. So what you would do is you would say, how many minutes are in, how many seconds are in a minute?
60.
60. So you say 60 times, and how many minutes do you want? 5. And then you hit enter, and boom, you have your number. Okay?
Oh yeah, half of 6 is 3, so it would be 300. And then add.
It's so wild how you do that in your head in a way that I'm like, what? Why would you? And then I'm like, oh, okay, I get what you're doing.
Yeah, because like I was trying to figure out 80 times 5 the other day when I was doing one of the tests, and I was like, I was having a brain fart, so I totally didn't realize how easily I could figure it out. So it took me a while. Took me a few minutes, but I finally figured it out.
Well, I doubt it was a few minutes. I bet it was a few seconds, but yeah, it probably felt like minutes.
Yeah, it was like a minute. It took a little bit, but I finally figured out that it was 400. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. But you're thinking about it the right way, because you've easily thought of it as 8 times 5, which maybe you were doing, and that might have been throwing you off. It's always important. I always tell you, it's not really that. It's 80 times 5 or whatever, you know. It's important to know the number category when you're doing that stuff, because you can mess yourself up, especially if you're doing mental math.
But also, if you know that something times 5 is half of the number, it's supposed to be times 10, like 80 times 5.
Right.
80 times 5 would be
Right.
40.
Right.
If you know that, it's
Then you subtract it. Yeah. So whatever operation gets you there, so long as you know what the operations are doing, which you do.
If I have like.
And the inverse operation is always helpful.
If I have like 8 times 8,
Mhm.
I go and I take I take 80 and I subtract 16 from it, and I get the number that I am supposed to have. Because I know.
Because 8 times 10 is 80, and then you just need to bring down it by
subtract
2.
8 times 2 from that.
Right.
So
Right. Yeah.
that's my strategy for that.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have.
I count up all my zeros and remove them, do the maths, and then add the zeros back on because I'm lazy. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. When I'm thinking of the numbers in my head, stuff like that gets a little too. If it's like a simple, if there's just zeros after it, yeah, it's easy. But if it's like, a number that's like in the hundreds, but it's 412 or something, then I'm like, okay. But working it backwards when you're dealing with it in your brain is easy too. There's all kinds of tricks. There's all kinds of tricks to it.
I had my own little trick for subtraction, and I forgot.
Why not 411? Exactly. Why not 411?
What?
New key. New value. So now.
Whenever someone does that with 4, like, I would think like 4 and 11, or 411.
See films. I'm doing good. How are you? News at 11. I suppose we could just make this plants. That'd be more understandable for you. And then it's weird it doesn't capitalize it. So yeah, we'll do plants, then we'll load our data. There we go. Resource plants. Plants array. So I could also make them. But I don't think I'm going to get too fancy with that. I think second's gone, Nathir.
Type in the at symbol and then start typing second favorite. Yeah, if it doesn't show up, he's not there.
Okay.
That's my little strategy.
Whoa, is this how many people are here? Holy mo! I never have the number. I don't ever want to know because I would get freaked out. Holy Toledo.
Odie loves it.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Pretty much. That's the thing with Cricket. Okay, so now I've got it set up so you'll be able to, so we're going to say plant, grow time in seconds. Get ready for the ride of your life. So how about this? For the game's logic, what we'll do is you'll till, you'll plant, and the plants won't start growing until you water. And we won't have it where you have to water multiple times. You just water it, and now it's going to grow. For now. Sound good?
Yeah.
So the active watering is what is going to trigger the timer that says you're now part of the tick cycle. Begin growing.
But it doesn't literally say that on the screen though.
No. But it's just the logic of it all. Okay. Keep bumping my mouse. It's okay. Okay, you got to go to bed. It's 30 minutes past bedtime.
Oh.
Mom's going to come in here and start yelling at us and flipping chairs and throwing things at me and oh, no. She's right there. We're in a loving relationship. I love my wife. She loves me. Send help. I'm kidding.
silly.
Yeah. I love you, sweetie. All right, be sure and save.
My Pika Pika bush.
Your Pika Bush.
Get your ears sticking out from the-
That'd be kind of a cute little thing if once we get things going, is we could do something about Bob, that is an amazing emoji.
What the heck is that?
Actually, the center that's funny. Caught on camera. Streamer bursts into tears.
What the heck? That is. Oh my gosh, it's got hair. That's amazing. It's got hair. But what is the Japanese number 3 for?
Cell countdown.
What is sun for? What is that?
The Japanese. Oh, 3?
Yeah.
It's like the motion of a throwing upside down table.
Oh.
But it's bedtime, sweetie. You gotta save.
Trying to find.
This file.
I had another brain fart like I always do.
Okay. Excellent.
I have my Pika Pika bush, which is exactly what I put in that little comics story thing. Pika bush with Pikachu flowers and Pikachu up inside it.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and raid out to In the Night. Much love to everybody out there. Thank you so much for all of the raids today. I really appreciate it. All the support's awesome. I don't know how many of there you are. Let's find out. 23. That's a lot.
You usually have 23?
I don't know. I'm not sweetie. I don't think about. I try not to think about that stuff. We're gonna search for Gadoot. Godot is taking over. Let's search Unity really quick, just out of a little test here. Unity, we got 5 streamers. Godot, sweetie, you want to say bye to everybody?
Bye.
All right, I'll come in there and say goodnight. We got way more Godot streamers than Unity. Wild, unreal. Whoa, Godot has taken over. Godot has taken over. That is wild. Okay. Fiera is streaming. Yes, yes. All right, we'll raid Fiera. He's the brother. Brother from another mother, Fiera.
This month, the madness begins.
All right, I'm going to mute that. Let's get the raid going. Irad, have a good one. I got to do a shout out to Irad. Irad, fellow developer. Did that shout out not work? God bless it. Shout out Irad. Irad Dev. Nudist streamer. Erotic streamer. The Italian Stallion Irad. Okay, I got it right. All right. See you guys later. Let's go back to our main scene here. I'm in a weird recursion hell. I got to get more lights in here. It's a little too dark for the green screen to look right. We'll get it. I need a diffuser. Big old bright diffused light. And then we'll be set. That's why I'm all shiny. Everyone's pointing out my shininess. That's why I need the diffuser, so I don't have the shiny forehead. All right. We're going to raid Fiera. Fiera hopefully has a working mic. I know he had some weirdness with his mic. See you guys. Ugh, it's going to be a while. It's going to be like 4 days. I'm going to try and work on the game. I'm going to try. It's hard, guys. It's hard lately. See ya.